So I paused that a tiny bit too early as it was fading out. But hello, we are here. Game is launching. Should have captured it. There we go. I wasn't seeing it popping up on my end. Well, on monitor, but not in OBS. Alrighty. Sorry that took so long. Already a little late, and long intro. Stream has been live for what, 11 and a half minutes, and it is currently the 21st of December, 2021 at 12:33. You'll notice the save time on this is at 12:18. So I just finished up grinding. It took longer than expected. I did quite a bit of grinding last night, not as much as intended, and I'll talk about that in a moment. I did quite a bit of grinding last night, but I also had to work out and everything. So basically, right after stream, I grinded. Well, I would say not grinded. I'll say I was on the game for almost another 3 hours. Yeah, maybe 3 to 3.5 hours actually. And then I went and worked out. I got back, I came back into the apartment and I kind of just relaxed for a little bit. And then I probably put another hour, maybe a little less, but I put another good chunk of time in last night. Then this morning, let's see, from 9:30 to 10:30 and then 11:30 until 12:18. So it took a lot of time to get these stress spheres, but we got them all except for Machinima and Falal. Songstress, I don't know what the deal is. There's probably some key item somewhere, so maybe I'll find it, maybe I won't. And as for, oh yeah, so Songstress is done, but everything else is done. The last one I just did was Festivalist. Lady Luck was pretty good. Lady Luck seems like we're doing a lot of damage. It's low strength, I guess, but it felt like maybe the high luck. I'm not sure. But the Dark Knight is definitely one of my favorites. Very high health, very high strength and defense. My kind of thing. Warrior's also pretty good though. So what I've done is I've switched everyone back to their defaults for now. And we are basically ready to go on. And you know what? I was wrapped up in some stuff between, while stream was starting, hence the delay. In fact, I even forgot to load up my dashboard. There it is. So one thing I wanted to check out while I am thinking about it is let's see what I need to do here real quick. Yeah, see, I can't do that. Yeah, that's just not gonna happen. All those crimson spheres. But what about this tournament? Uh-huh, okay. I was misunderstanding what to do for the tournament, so we'll go back to Mushroom Rock Road. And take care of that. So today's objective is going to be wrap up a little bit more side content. There's not a whole lot left in this chapter, but wrap up what I can, what I feel like doing, and then get on with the story. The other thing is, I did a dungeon last night, and I did do this off stream. I don't like doing that, but I'm glad I did, because it was very frustrating and time consuming. The Thunder Plains. I jumped back in the hole and I thought it's going to be good to level up. And it's like, there's one treasure chest near Sid that we didn't get. Whatever, right? No. So let me explain this dungeon briefly. But what I did is I recorded most of it. And I'm going to edit that together. So if you're watching this on YouTube, I would have already placed that video before what you're watching right now. So you would have already seen it. So just bear with me or skip forward a minute or two. But I just want to talk about it for a moment. This dungeon in that hole in the Thunder Plains is called New Cave. And it has a weird mechanic. There are 16 walls. I might call them doors because they're effectively doors. There are 16 walls. What the hell are you doing? Why are you limping? Just gonna... Okay. I was trying to talk to it. I was pressing A. I know it's just Machina, but still. There's 16 walls or doors, and you go through them in a certain order. The order is predetermined, but you don't just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way up to 16. You go to like start at door 3, and then from there you go to like door 11 or something, right? But every time you go up to a door, it gives you 2 clues on the screen. One in the top left, one in the top left and one in the bottom right. I'm trying to mirror it for the camera and it's so confusing. One in the top left and one in the bottom right. So you get 2 clues, and the clue in the top left is always for the current door you're on, and the one in the bottom right is always for the next door. Okay? And then to open a door, you have to input a number, which is the sum of both of the clues. So if one clue was 5 and another clue was 3 for a given door, then your code that you put in is 8, right? But this gets a little more complex because as you're going through here, at some point the clues start saying things like one of the clues will be like wall number 5's answer. So you have to know what all the previous answers were as well. And one of the clues will be something like the number of battles you fought between opening wall 11 and wall 8 or something, right? So literally counting the number of battles, keeping track of that. The amount of gil you've obtained since entering the cave. And then some of the clues will be things like wall number blank plus another wall plus the number of battles. And that's just one clue, so you have to add those 3 up, and that's one clue, and you add that to the other clue. You gotta do this for all 16 doors, basically. You can get lucky, and some doors can automatically open, but this is a very time-consuming thing, and as I was going through it my first time, I had the increased battle thing on for a while, and I was like, man, this is taking a really long time to walk around here. Turn it off. I got to the first one that's asking for battles, and I was able to kind of brute force determine the number of fights I had done in there, and then like by that point I had turned encounters off. So I thought, okay, great. I'm not gonna have to worry about that anymore. And then I was shocked to see like the amount of gil you've earned since entering the cave. Like the number of battles, it was like 52 or something. It's not fun, but that's brute forceable. But when you're talking hundreds of gil per fight potentially, that's not brute forceable. Like there's too much variation there. I wasn't gonna do it. So I already probably spent like 20 or 30 minutes in there. I left, I come back in, I do it, and I get all the treasures and cool, it's all done, right? I come back in again, and the whole thing has reset, and it turns out you have to do it again, and there's another special item you get for doing it again, and that is the, I don't know if I sorted. Force of Nature adds all elements to attacks and turns elemental damage to HP. So it's really good, but also, like, damn. Also, use instinct abilities learned as a berserker. Yeah, I clearly don't have that. So that's a thing. Also, just since I'm already delaying by a lot, I really meant to send 2... Also, I forgot to mute my phone anyway. Alright, there's one. I need to send one more thing. Alright. Sorry about that. Now we can really get on with it. So apparently what I need to do here is just go talk to someone and tell them I'm ready to do the tournament, I guess, and then we just do it. See, before, when they started showing me this red arrow, I thought that was where I was supposed to go for the tournament. I bet if I tried to enter a machine in the tournament, they'd turn me down flat.
Will you be competing in the tournament?
Yes.
Understood. Allow me to lead the way.
Hi, Pello, don't push me. That's impossible. Ass shot.
Has graciously agreed to help test our strength. Step forward if you are confident in your skill.
Ooh, I wanna... I, too, accept the honor of entering the tournament. I will never forget the day I was allowed to challenge Lady Yuna.
Very well. All units take your positions.
She said unit. Defeat the Youth League's finest in a no-holds-barred fight to the finish. Do you have what it takes? Commander Lucille will be the judge of that. Win 7 battles in a row.
Let the first round commence.
Huh? Me? May the best warrior win.
I think we're gonna win. Probably one-shot him. Not quite. We one-shot the henchman. Maybe if Pain had done the first attack on the main dude.
The next challenger
Damn straight.
awaits.
We go through here and fight, what, 7, it said? We could have easily done it. Oh, look at that face. Could have easily done this yesterday. Pain just did 2 attacks, interestingly enough. Did I see that incorrectly?
Done, Lady Yuna.
Because like the first one died as Pain was attacking, so did she just say, alright, I guess I need to attack another one? But it was like too late to do the normal like change your target thing. So she just ended up doing 2 attacks? I don't know. Okay. I do make it look effortless. That's what happens when you're level 99 and you can mash everything. I swear though, when I was using Lady Luck, we were dealing some massive damage. And so like all 3 of us on Lady Luck at one point, we were doing nasty damage. That was an interesting 3 to grind out. I had Lady Luck, Songstress, and Black Mage. Lady Luck by far was the strongest of those. Songstress doesn't do any attacking. So like that was interesting because Lady Luck takes a really long time to grind out. I started Riku on that, not knowing, I just, you know, kind of arbitrarily picked. It sounded like something Riku would be good with.
Alright, it's Elma time.
Started Yuna on...
Give me all you've got.
Oh, I will. Started Yuna on Black Mage. I started Pain on Songstress. Songstress is like super quick. So then I moved Pain over to Lady Luck. And then Black Mage finishes. Riku's still doing Lady Luck.
You too fought well. Learn from this defeat. Commander, who will be next?
No one wants to do it.
What? Will no one step forward?
Is it Lucille?
Well, I guess we're done.
You're forgetting someone.
Yourself.
Me? Lady Yuna, if I may?
I'd be honored.
The honor is mine. Please be gentle.
So like by the time Yuna finishes Black Mage... Oh, we got intense music. We won anyway. By the time Yuna finishes Black Mage, I move her to Lady Luck. We're all 3 on Lady Luck.
Thank you, Lady.
And we're just mopping the floor with everything.
You really are amazing, Lady Yuna.
You are incredible too, Commander.
So I start Riku on Black Mage, and I'm like, this is taking a while. I want to get Songstress out of the way with her, so then I can have Riku and Pain both as Black Mages, because then Yuna's gonna have to be a Songstress. Did not work out as well as I hoped.
Perfect time for me to tell you something that has been on my mind.
I ended up having to waste a lot of
It
time.
concerns the Youth League and Spira's future. When the calm arrived 2 years ago,
The Hudson
it
River,
echoed deep
2
in
years
the
ago.
hearts of Spira's youth. With Sin's defeat, we had lost not only our mortal enemy, but also our purpose in life. I too felt lost. I did not know what direction to take, where to channel my energy. It was Maven Nuge who guided our lost generation to a new purpose, to uncover Spira's true past.
Oogie
This is the
woogie.
same man who was once called Deathseeker, who made no attempt to hide his despair. What caused
baller name.
Maven Nuge to change? That is not for us to know. Nonetheless, under Nuge's leadership, we finally found a way to apply our strength. But look at us now. The power we hope to use for good has intoxicated us all, even Nuge. The Youth League is in danger of becoming a mindless band of thugs that know only violence. A power that destroys rather than creates, without meaning, no better than sin. Do you remember why the Youth League seeks the truth behind
Is
Spira's
Riku
past?
crouching?
Because Spira's past is the foundation for its future. Our power exists so that we may cut a new road to a new age.
Yeah.
An
Cheers.
age where children will never have to lift a sword.
Called it. Episode complete. That's Riku knew it was time to stand up. I'm surprised she's not cheering and like jumping around and stuff like she was with the run, so seems like something she would do. We gotta know their thoughts on it, Riku and Pain. And that marks that, though. I really thought about looking into Blitzball some more. Commander Lucille makes brother look like a pretty sad leader. Oof! Oof! Could he have changed that much? Talking about Nuge. Ted Nugent. I've said this before, but I make all the saves separate. First of all, I like having it in my brain. It makes me more comfortable. Like, what if I want to go back and see that or do that again? But it's really good for the sake of a video like this, or of something like this, where I may actually want to re-record something, like some dialogue. If something messes up, or I want to go back and get a better, recording of something. I don't want to like make it fake and do everything in post, but there may be cases where it's beneficial to do that. So it's good to have access to multiple saves around pretty much every story beat of the game. So Jose, yeah, I was thinking about that. We can go to Bikanel, we'll do some more digs. I did a bunch yesterday, but I don't mind opening up with some digs today. We're close to 30 successful. So that might be a new rank. This bitch is going right up to the one I wanted. Oh, he passed it. Okay. Watch it be an ambush. Haha, I called it.
Leave it to me.
Child's play.
Yes, indeed. I was really kind of thinking of bringing in Death Knight as a main class for some of us, though. I like us on our normal ones, though, because it's just like what the character's designed to be, right? Primer! Nope. Remedy. I used a bunch of remedies during the grinding. That's a long walk back. I don't know if I can make that. Starting to think I can't, and I should just go to the ship. This asshole ran out here taking all the good stuff. All my Albed primers. I think that's pushing it too much. I wasn't even all the way there and it's taken me almost 5 seconds to get where I'm at. So we would have had more travel time, the dig time. Would have been pushing it too much. He says, that's strange. Well, that's another success. What are we at, 29 or 30? Oh no, we're 27. We're 30 total. That's where I was hitting 29 from. We'll do southern, we'll do all of them in order. Rotten son of a shoe puff. I want to go to the right where that white X was at, but trying to find the yellow one. And I was thinking there's like nothing over here on the left side of the map right now, so gotta look. Using sleep needle on us. Boot ass. Where would the yellow one be? Wow. Wow. Oh, and of course, we're drinking Austin Eastsider's Blood Orange today. That's what I've started with. I don't know. I might have a few drinks, but nothing too crazy. I see the yellow. Why does it just pop up now after this much time? I just basically have to go up here and get it and then be done. I'd rather have successful digs and work on getting like my rank up and stuff just to see what it does. Because I assume that's going to let me get better, what's it called? It's going to let me get better items, because there were like the Z variants of like defense and offense and all that. Check Oasis eventually. I want to get straight into the dig. An arachnid coin. Give me pictures of Spider-Man. Oof, this is really far. Don't like it. Still, I'm gonna risk it on this and the yellow. I think we can do both. Gross. Even worse, it does mute on me. Because even though I'm not using magic, silence persists outside of fights. And even persists to this level where she can't use magic to cure it. I am going back. See how I'm just like sliding along the thing and it didn't register that I was there for a moment? That makes me nervous. Because I just assume, like, it seems to be consistent that if I get to the side of it, it works, but the positioning still seems finicky. Unidentified object, 5,000 gil. Coin. There's one way out there. Look at the top of the map. No way I'm reaching that. Even with 30 seconds on the timer, I'm not reaching that. Don't use stupid, like, death or whatever. I don't know, I don't think these can. It looks like the unidentified object is about here. And before it's just another zoo. Yep. So yeah, here at the, oh, what is that in the background? Oh. Here at the start of October. Again, today is the 21st of December. Here at the start of October, I don't know what I was when I first started because I did a 5-day fast. And then I weighed myself and I was about 210. And now I'm back to like 183. I was 183.6 this morning. So, much better. Making great progress. That's why I want to like not go too crazy with the drinks and stuff. I basically... Yep, we did get another rank. I'm basically doing really well with a, almost a 1 meal a day thing right now during my break. One decently sized meal. That's why. It's not like the fights are difficult. I just want items. I want the primers. And it's just, the fight is so time consuming. I can't tell what he says. I don't know why that's not registering in my mind what he's saying there. Something treasure though. Maybe he's just saying alright. Alright, treasure. Yeah, Riku agrees. Did you hear her say alright a moment ago? Okay, let's get at least one more. Might be able to get that one on the left. It does get a little bit closer to the hover thing. Not super confident with it. Look, we have 11. We have 11.4 to make it back, and we're not even at the thing yet. Let's see how close it is. I'm just going back to the thing. Dang, rip that chocobo. I feel bad. 11.4 to make it back. Yeah, 5 seconds. There's no way we would have made it there, dug it up, and got back in an additional 5. What if there's like a limited amount of stuff you get for each level of dig? It's like at this rank, is there like, oh, you're guaranteed to be able to get like 2 more primers or something? Let's do the ambush, get it over with. Seems to be one. Yes, dude, thank you for pushing me while I couldn't move. That was the best thing that could have happened. It got me slightly closer to where I want to go. I want to go over here to the right now and get these 2.
Kitty stuff.
Is it?
You know, Oversoul? Nope. He actually soaked up a lot of damage when he oversouled. He survived a round or 2. So far, I'm not at all getting what I want. Can I... Okay, that works. I'm gonna just get a little bit of information on the dig stuff now. Let's see what they have to say. Okay, we need to be digging in the central expanse. Which I can't. Okay, so we gotta keep working to get there, I guess. I didn't realize I couldn't go there until after I looked back at the screen, I guess. I'll check in a moment. An Outbad Primer, yes! Fungus coin, gross. You guys, I just want to turn no encounters on. Here's the thing, I've shown already. I've shown that I have the item to do no encounters. It's a matter if I just do it like that instead. I don't think I actually pressed A until after it started digging. I was mentally contemplating whether or not I wanted to dig for this because the yellow is so far away. So of course it won't save ambushes, but save everything else. This one I really have no choice but to go for it. No, I can't move. It wouldn't let me move all that time. I was holding right. No, that's horse shit. That's horse shit. I was there. I guess you let me keep the primer, but... let's see. Central Expanse. Hope I didn't screw up something. Interesting. Earlier on in chapters 1, 2, and 3, the red circle homes in on you while you're digging. It's the super boss, Angra Menu, that I fought, and it'll just eject you from the fight. Doesn't say anything about Central Expanse, though. Central Expanse. Okay. I think I need to do a lot more other stuff to unlock it. I'm trying to find a thing that just explains that part. Okay, so finishing out this battle, blah blah blah. First, you need to send any kind of. I don't know how to do that. I need to send a chocobo to Beaconel, and I have no idea how to do that. That's how I unlock Central Expanse, though. My God.
I'm gonna whack you good.
So annoying. I don't like it. I'm not going back. Let me walk, dude. That's why I failed a minute ago, because I made it back in time, basically. I was basically touching the thing, but I wasn't in the sweet spot, I guess. But if it had let me walk sooner, instead of just being like, alright, cool, you won, get back. And you can't move during that. If that hadn't happened, I would have made it. I'm not going for this other one. Too far. I guess I need to look into the chocobo thing. There's a lot of stuff up here in one area. It's like right now I'm like trying to move and I'm tapping the button. It's that much of a delay. Let's see what happens if I try to just like 2x this. Maybe a little risky, but Dragon coin. Another one. It's a long walk back. No, I'm not making that. There was one spot where I did some bad walking, and I can't blame the 2x. That was on me. Do northern again. Tomberry coin. Ambush right before this guy wants to fight. We're still digging. What's gonna happen? Is it gonna make me dig again? That'd be dog shit, because digging is slow.
So what's next?
I don't know what I got. There we are. Not going out for that one, it's too far. Alright, let's head over to the airship.
Go wings go, wake onto the scene. Go wings fight, beat the snot out of fiends.
Alrighty. So can I go to like Kilika? Pick one of these? No, but I want a chocobo. Is it different where I go? I don't think so. What do they call this? Bandolier species. Send a chocobo. I don't know how to do that. Send chocobo. Oh no. I might have fucked that up. It says complete the Mushroom Rock Road mission in Chapter 1, return, talk to Clasco and ask him to come aboard the Celsius. Complete the Mian High Road mission in Chapter 2, return, talk to Clasco and Kali, and let them on the Celsius. Player must go to the Calmlands, defeat the monsters in the Calmlands ruins. Clasco will give some greens to go out and catch chocobos with, and from then on they can be captured. That's chapter 1 and 2. I'm not in chapter 1 or 2. So I feel like I'm just going to not care about Bikanel anymore. Bikanel's over because to unlock Central Expanse I have to send a chocobo to Bikanel. It'll run away and then we can go find it. So that's done. What's this thing called? Okay, Final Fantasy X-2 Experiment. I gotta turn dark mode off of this website. I have Dark Reader, which is a great extension that attempts to automatically make dark modes for websites. First of all, now the website's fucking blinding me, but it doesn't do a really good dark mode on this website. They have a built-in one, beautiful. The text was like unreadable for some things. So how do I make it the different levels? How to level it up. You must defeat it at any level below its max, and then after using a repairman, you'll defeat it a second time when all 3 stats have reached level 5. Okay, that's easy. So we might be doing more digging for the sake of that, but we can go check what level Experiment is at. Oh boy, that actually might suck. I'm looking right now, and to get something from level 1, you need 0 to 3 points. Level 2 is 4 to 9. Level 3 is 10 to 19. Level 4 is 20 to 37, and level 5 is 38 or more. So what do these points mean? Well, with the part A for something, so like defense or strength or whatever, part A that we would dig up in the desert, that's worth 1, and S is worth 3, and a Z is worth 5. So we actually need to dig up a lot. What I want to do here is try to repair it, and I think it'll let me check its stats. We have done a lot of digging, but I also fought it, and I don't know what happens after you fight it. Does it reset? Not sure. We are gonna go for this, I guess. It'll take a while, but we're gonna go for this. You have another repair manual? Where do I get them? Tell me about repair manual. Repair manual locations. Interesting. Okay. So we had seen a guy in here that needs a password. I don't know how you're supposed to find it. I'm at that point on you know, side content like this that it doesn't matter too much, but only if I'm looking it up. I don't really want to just have it thrown at me, you know. I don't want to have just information blindly thrown at me. I have to willingly decide that I want to look it up. That's it. I don't know why it's Marnella. That's the Cactuar mother. So we can give this back to you. There you go. You're gonna tell me what strength it's at, right? That's not too bad. That's worth grinding out. The problem is I don't know how many more we need for everything. Defense was the lowest, I think, at 3. The others were at 4. So to be at 4, we would need up to 18 more if we only got A's. If we get S's, we don't need too many. We'll dig for a bit more. Come check on the progress. This might take a little while. Unfortunately, I did say I was going to wrap up side content today as much as possible, so we're an hour in, but it's doable. I guess I gotta also consider that I took 10 minutes to get started today instead of 5. But what I do know from looking at that wiki, I'm not going to get a, I'm not going to get the key, because the key's in Central Expanse, and the only way to get there seems to be sending a chocobo out in Beaconell. So I'm already screwed on that. Oh well. He said, that's strange. Ambush or item? Fucking, why is it... It feels like it's almost always the first one. Why can't you ambush that fucker that's digging up the stuff I want? It's a long walk back, so we're just doing this and then heading back. Yes! Albad Primer. Actually, can we see the parts we've dug up? Are they key items or something? Doesn't look like it. Nah. Okay. Not missing too many primers now. 6, 13. What would this be? 20 and 24. We're only missing 4 primers. No! Bitch, I'm trying to walk around it. See, when I'm running low on time, though, you don't want to send me... Ooh, another primer. That was 6, I think. You don't want to send me back when I'm running low on time, but all of a sudden now... Now you're all game for it. I see how it is.
Effortless.
What am I being sent? Glad that popped up over here, because I'm just gonna get it and go. What if you gave me another primer? That'd be awesome. The L bombs, I probably have 99 of those because I was where I was grinding in that cave in Thunder Plains. Yeah, let me leave. The guys there dropped L bombs, and I grinded a lot. Primer, please. Ugh. So annoying. Look at that, like, because the battles take significantly longer, they waste significantly more time. Hold on, let me remedy. Because battles take significantly more time when you get the ambush. I think we're already at like 51 point something. Yeah. It's like right by the ship. Don't really care about that coin. Alright, give me at least one more white item, because the thing I'm after is next to the ship. Okay, there's just like nothing out here to dig up this time. It's probably like way down here now if there's... yeah. I just got unlucky and went the wrong way. So I'm gonna use Machina Ma when we fight this boss. When we beef up this thing enough and get to fight it at its max, we're gonna try Machina Ma. Beefed up Riku is always good. Let me guess, ambush? Nope. 5 softs. I assume there's always an ambush out here, but it just seems like I almost always hit it right away. Where's this thing approaching? I've noticed it say that a couple times, and then I think I've had a couple where it just never showed up. Maybe I go up to like 50 successful digs and then say that's a good spot to assume that I've got enough, and we'll go check Jose again. It's a lot, but without knowing the exact numbers of the things I've gotten, I don't know how many points I have on each thing, right? Hesitation is bad. Ambush that fucker. All right, treasure. He's definitely saying that. Ugh. Feel a sneeze building. I'll be right back. Sorry, I still have sneezes building. It won't go away. I did sneeze, but it's still like, oh, I hate this. It's stupid. Alright, so the guy a moment ago said, like, just what we were after when he dug something up. That was interesting. But, something else I was gonna say. Oh, we got a special assembly Z. So Zs are worth like 5 points. I don't know if we've gotten any Zs before, because I don't really pay that much attention. But it's good to know that we can get Zs without having to be up any higher in rank or anything like that. Can I have a neck pop here? A little bit of one. By video game logic, I just died. Right, because that's all I do in a video game is do a quick thing like that and then they die. Attack S. I wouldn't mind a defense Z, but since that was the lowest, that's going to need the most work. Is there nothing close to the thing? Alright, fine. Yes, I do love a good dig. I don't know what scrap metal does. Maybe it improves all of them, maybe it does, I don't know. Gross. I want to go for one more white X. We got a long walk to get to it though. Yeah, it's a long walk, all right. I think we can manage this one. Holy balls. Ogre coin. Let me... Yeah, see, like, I was rubbing up all over the thing and it wasn't registering it. It wasn't letting me leave. That's where it gets kind of garbage, when you fail for that when you're clearly at the thing. No! Oh my god. I was trying to skip the dialogue because it wastes time. And I think I saw the yellow X, like that was a decent layout. Alright, I'm gonna have to cut down south, I guess. Or it's gonna be one of those where it just appears like way later for some reason. Because it could be up at the top, but it just hasn't appeared yet, which happens. No, it appeared down here. I think we have time to get both. Defense S, that's good. We know we need defense more than anything else. I would do east, north. Still, I still should check Oasis at some point, because there could be something in the treasure chest. If I knew for a fact I could get all the primers here, I would maybe just say let's do it until we get the primers. But they seem to come at such a slow rate that I don't know. Because some primers clearly we get from like watching scenes and stuff. As it's happened multiple times. Anything up here? Come on. Wow. Nothingness. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna get this and leave. Because there's probably stuff down south, but the time it would take me to get down there, it's gonna be too long. Let's just look, though. Wow, nothing showing up. That was a shitty dig. So we need 7 more successes, and then I'll go check Jose. Jose! I was ready for it to be an ambush. Game. Let's see if I can get the 2 white ones as well as the gold. As the yellow. And Oversoul Zoo, he still beat your ass. See, you ain't did jack shit, buddy. Cause yeah, since both of those are on the way back, essentially, I might be able to pull both of them off. Chocobo feather. This ruin thing here in the back reminds me of something in 15. We had 0.5 left. That was actually a lot closer than I thought it would be. We'll do the one where we compete. Western Expanse is the one where you compete, right? Yep. Oh my god. It's like, go. First of all, unidentified object, go approach that fucker. Why bother me every time? I just want primers, ambushes. If I wasn't going for primers, I would just ignore the yellows and just go straight after the you know, the main prize and just leave. I was about to say, I'm about to leave. Hopefully this thing doesn't get to me. Is there anything else showing up close? That's a little far. I don't want to risk it. I'd probably get up there with like 13 seconds left, and that wouldn't be enough time. This one I hate because we built like a triangle pattern here at the bottom. So like you run one way and you're just making it difficult to get back to the other side. Especially when you get ambushed. I think I saw the gold one pop up though.
Go Wings, take the gold!
It's way off on the other side, diagonally from here, so it's up and left. Maybe I didn't. Well, this is a risk by digging this up. Where coin? Okay, so it just popped up down here for some reason. Attack Z. Can you give me defense C? We're probably fine on attack at this point. You know which one I think I want to stick to it's northern, I think. Because you only have one direction you can go. You know what? Forget that one down there. Let's go up here. Ambush! Saw the yellow pop up. That'll be easy enough to get to from here. Mega Phoenix is good. I actually used one of those while I was grinding. I don't know what was happening because I'm just running it in like 4x and everything, but sometimes one of us will just get one shot at like the start of, or in the middle of a fight or something. And I actually had two of us get one shot, so I used a Mega Phoenix to save it. Oh my god.
Go ahead.
I should have known because I think there's always an ambush, but thank you for missing mute. I didn't want to have to fix that. Gonna work? No, no, there. Watching the timer and I'm just like, please register that I'm here. Northern though, let's check northern. This is the one I like. Because it's just like a straight shot. Let's get the ambush over with, maybe. That's risky. I'm not gonna go for it. Defense Assembly A. A sucks though, he's only worth 1. I don't know, might have been worth going for that other thing, because we still had 17 seconds. But it seemed like it was far. Alright, 2 more. Then we'll go check on the progress of the experiment. This is the same spot I was just at, though. But it is a different map, so I'm not entirely right.
So what's next?
This is way the fuck out here, isn't it? I'm already committed to it. Hopefully the yellow appears on the way between here and the ship. Otherwise we probably fail this one. All for a stupid coin. I can't even see the ship right now. It's that far away. Bro, I'm trying to walk, you won't let me. I was about to say, you better have counted that. I'm, like, in between the fucking things. Alright, let's see. 50. You can give me a new rank? That'd be cool. Already empty? Yeah. tiny little swallow in there. 2 digs way out here. Then 3. It's defense as well. I'm gonna go for these 2 and not the 3rd. All in hopes of a primer. But I really don't want to fail this when it's for a defense, and I needed that the most. I just walked through that thing a little bit. Is this 50? Yep. Alright, I guess let's go back to Jose and see about the experiment, yeah? I do happen to know where another repair manual is at, too. There's one on the road out here. There's always Machina on the road out here on the way to Jose Temple, between Mushroom Rock Road. Apparently, examining those Machina can get you a repair manual. There's only like 5 or something, though, so you have to... Like, once you use it, it's gone. So if you don't level the experiment up enough, you just never get to beat it at its full power and get the good stuff from it. Okay, we need some more attack. Defense and special are there. We need some more attack. And then we will be able to fight this thing. And I'm just straight up gonna spam Machina on it. I did read it has like a super beefy Annihilate or something. Wasn't really trying to read. I mean, I don't care that much about it. Again, I knew my risks when I went and read that. So it's different than somebody just like spoiling it and just dropping the info on me like raw, no rubber. But the point is, you know, what I was really looking for was the info on how to like repair it and stuff. Alrighty though, let's check out. Let's do a couple more digs. I need attack, that's all, huh? It's a long way just to get the first one. Alright, I'm gonna go for these 3 on the left and then just swoop back up and get the yellow. Attack's gotta be close, right? Because it was already level 4 when I checked earlier. And I know we've gotten some attack assemblies, so it's gotta be really close. We should only need a couple, I would think. Can we not do the unidentified thing? I just want to get my items and go. Bro. There was maybe a chance I could have not been attacked by it if that delay didn't happen, but still probably.
Nice work!
That was special. That was clearly not attack. Northern Expanse. Give me that same map, though. That's the map I like. No, this is the map I hate. And gross. You're just gonna open up with that. I hate it. I hate it. Imagine doing this with encounters. I mean, I was for the longest time, but Now that I see how much of a grind it is. Now I won't know what I got. Because last time this happened, it didn't show me what I got.
Too easy.
I'm gonna not mash. Oh. Wait, what? Why did I get into another fight? Wait, the thing's got... Was that an ambush? That was bizarre. Another special. I don't want that. If anything, it just helps me get my rank up faster. Whatever that's going to mean in the end. Not really concerned about the wages. Waiting for the unidentified jackass. Items like Star Curtain and all that to me were always like super rare, like late game kind of things, but in 10 and here in 10-2, you just get them all the time. With a name like that, I expect it to be like some rare thing that's like super good. Dude, have we seriously not got another attack yet? It's roughly, I would assume, a 1 in 3 chance of getting an attack. There's different flavors of attack. We're still Sandblaster as well. This feels way out of the way. I don't like it. Especially after seeing where the yellow just popped in. I think we can safely get both of these, but I'll probably just bounce after that. And before ambush though, and it's a waste. Yep. So what happens when the other people get ambushed? Do they just die? Because they're clearly not going to be as strong as we are. Fucking defense, really. Spent way more time on side stuff than I really hope to be doing right now, I'm not gonna lie. Can we get the items? Son of a bitch.
Give me a Y. Give me an R.
Give me
Did it cut her off because I was fast forwarding?
an empty win.
Was she gonna say give me a break, give me a P? What was she gonna say? Special. What about you? Ah, fucked up. What? I'm gonna look at one thing after this. Actually, I could look at it while I'm doing this. I was making sure, what if it mattered where you go? Because we seem to not be getting attack assemblies here. But it doesn't seem to say that on the wiki that I had pulled up. I think I am just going to start going to different areas though and mix it up again. Alright, we'll get these two, we'll get the yellow, we'll bounce. Fuck. I was just thinking, if it predetermines, if there's a guaranteed ambush and it predetermines which one, I guess that guy could dig it up for me. Because the white X's go away when he digs one. Oh, we immediately got an attack. Interesting, huh? Also interesting is how hard it was for me to leave just there. We'll get up to 60. Hopefully getting an attack, another attack in the process. Grab all these white ones here and then bounce, because they're all close. Hopefully not an ambush, but it very well could be. It seems more and more likely given how many I've gone through. Yep. Oh, he didn't like that. He glitched ugly. I do find it interesting. We haven't got a primer in a very long time. Ooh, an attack, but it's a shitty A. It's only worth 1. I was about to say, do I care enough to risk an ambush? I do, but I wonder if I just need to get to another rank to get more primers. That's just me guessing. I haven't seen anything that actually indicates that. We understand almost everything they say now. That's nice. Go back to the southern, we'll mix it up some. Fight! Oh my god, I knew it. I don't want your unidentified bullshit either. It's lame. Now seeking yellow X's. Put out like a singles ad or something. Special. I want to get at least one more attack. That's what I want to do. I want to get one more attack. I know it's at like 60, but I want to get one more attack. And we are Zen Master of Digging. Eastern Expanse. We haven't done that in a minute. Let's do Eastern. See, if it gives me a primer, like, right now, I'm gonna think maybe it is tied to your rank. Because I've been digging for, like, almost an hour. And I haven't got a lot of primers. I think it might be tied to the rank. Because the last time I got a primer was also after I ranked up. I want the yellow X. Way the fuck up there. I'm not gonna make it. It's gonna give me like 10 seconds, less than 10 to get back. There's a defense anyway. It wouldn't let me move for all that time. That's so awful. How are you gonna have a timer that just ticks away and you're not gonna let the character move? It's okay, I got the primer. We'll go back to Northern. That didn't go well. I forgot I was in 2x and I needed to hit the button twice. So I ended up speeding up more. With these two, we'll make a beeline for the yellow. Just in hopes that I can get another primer. We only have like 2 more to go, so they might be tied to story stuff at this point. Come on, give me an attack so I can be done with this. Ugh. I want to look up what that scrap metal does. Let's see. Scrap metal. They're saying it does nothing, I think. I loved a good dig before, but I'm not getting enough stuff that I want anymore. So no, I don't sure love a good dig. Oh, waste. Useless. Better not be a fucking ambush. Oh, okay, that was worth it. That was worth it. Can I get this? Is it an ambush? Yep.
Let's finish this lickety-split.
Think we can break?
Let's just win.
Yay, we got us another primer. I want to check primers. How am I doing on primers? It's only 20 that's missing. So I could pretty much figure out any word pretty easily now. Alrighty. Just get the ambush over with now. Thank you. This ambush frustrates me more than it should. Because it's so common. It happens like pretty much every dig. I'm like, it's annoying. It takes so much time. Gross. That was the primer. Holy shit, I got all the primers? Okay. I was like, basically, it took a lot of willpower to not just leave after I got the scrap metal. We're gonna save with all the primers, just in case something happens. This game has crashed a handful of times. I had another crash to desktop last night when I went to take a screenshot. I don't remember what it was. Special assembly. Yeah, we can totally see what he says this time. That's strange. We're going for an attack, but I'm literally just going for the attack. What are the odds of this? Give me an attack Z. Just so I know I can pretty much be done. Lame ass. I don't want your unidentified object. Where's it at? Not the unidentified, the yellow.
You're not getting away.
Compliment.
I really don't like how those are timed, how they just wait to show up. I find that a little bit... I don't know if unfair is the word. It kind of is, because you could walk into a place where you won't see it pop up on the map. And there's really no way for you to try to plan and do things correctly at that point. Like, I feel like it should always be there at the start, and then if you mess it up, that's on you. But if it pops up when you're off the map, and it's like, wait a minute, I was over there earlier and it wasn't there. Because the first time, I thought they popped up when you got close, right? I was like, oh, it's just when you get close they show up. That makes sense, because you're like searching. Also, I didn't press a button. I did that automatically. Of course, it's a fucking ambush. So that does confirm, though, I was always curious if you had to press a button or not. I've been pressing A to dig. You just have to be accurate enough. Let's see. Yeah. Really? Defense? Bro. How much longer do I do this? How much longer until I get just one more attack? What are we at? It's been almost 10 digs since I said just one more attack and I'll leave. Can I maybe just leave before it gets here? I would have done more of this last night if I knew how much it was going to take. I didn't want to find the key or do something cool. By the way, we were just at 67 when I said it's almost been 10. It's been like nearly 10. Kind of want to know what we're going to be before I get another attack. Because this is getting ridiculous. It's getting goddamn ridiculous. don't be fucking ambush. God damn, this is just getting frustrating now because of stupid ambushes. And the stupid thing coming in to fight me. I don't want to fight it, I just want an attack. Please give me an attack. Oh my god. This is horrible grinding. I don't like this. This is not a fun grinding. Wow, another attack, finally, and it was an A, so it's only worth 1, but whatever. We're going back to, Jose. No, we're not. We're going to the Oasis, because I said I wanted to at least check it. But that's quick. Also, imagine doing this without fast forward and stuff. Jesus Christ. I've been doing this for like an hour, and I've got advantages. Litter... You don't have fast forward and stuff. If you're on like the console, you could be doing this for multiple hours. I'm thinking I might quit the game if it's not in here, because it's a long way to get back out of the temple here. I guess I need to change Riku out to Unerring Path. It's a long way out of the temple, and it'd be quicker to just quit and reload, I think, than walking all the way out. Maybe, maybe not. Please be ready. No! Son of a bitch. Still need more attack. So, see, here's the problem. That last attack could have been wasted, right? That last attack, I could have been doing all that extra digging for nothing. Turns out, I needed to do all that grinding, and I'm not even done. So it's basically been like an hour of this so far. Because I'm showing an hour and 50 into stream. I think it was about 50 minutes when I said we'll go dig a little bit. So yeah, this is the thing, isn't it? This is less time consuming than capturing all the monsters, but at least capturing all the monsters, like, I don't know, you feel like you're doing something more. It's okay, that's very random too. Oh, thank fuck, another attack. You do feel like you're doing something here, I guess. But it's just the sheer randomness of like, are we gonna get the one we want this time? So it's almost equally as frustrating as capturing monsters because of that. I guess if I wanted to be efficient, if I did want to just quit the game, if the experiment's not ready, I would have saved in Beaconell, and then when I load, I'd be there ready to do more digs. So we got two attack A and 1 S, and I don't know what the other one I got. I think it was also an S. So that's 8 total. Didn't think defense would have maxed out before attack since it was the lowest. And that's why I was thinking, oh, we gotta be close to being done with attack, right? Apparently not. Game, can you cut me some slack? This is, I would totally... If there were an easy way to cheat engine this, I would do it right now. I don't care. I just want to fight the thing, you know? It's like it's not really adding anything by digging over and over and getting the wrong things. It's not really adding anything interesting to the gameplay. But I'm pretty much gonna go back every time I get another attack now. Because it could be the one, right? Give me another attack. Give me a Z. Give me an attack Z. No. Come on, game. I'll suck your dick. Give me an attack Z. You know, Western is good in that it usually shows you right out the bat where the thing is at. But I feel like it's probably placebo, it's probably, you know, like a bit of a superstitious kind of thing, but I just feel like it usually helps to switch up a bit. Like how many times in a row I did Northern and I didn't get an attack? And then like one of the first times when I switched away from Northern, when I went to Western, I got an attack. Oh, this one sucks though, because it might not appear for a while. Is that? Oh, that's dog shit. So far out there. And if it's an attack, I'm gonna be mad because there's like no way I'm making it back. Maybe I am. How is that a fail? I would have been like even more mad if that was an attack, because that shouldn't have been a fail. Bitch, get away from that. That's mine. Yo, this Final Fantasy X and 10-2 minigames know how to be annoying, don't they? They know what to do to just be annoying. And this is one where I don't want to be DSP about it and be like, fuck these developers, they're stupid and everything. Some programmer who, you know, is stupid and this and that, who knows nothing about. I don't want to be like DSP on it. But, so what I really want to say is I do want to know like what developers are thinking when they make this minigame. Like, what are they genuinely thinking how people are going to feel about it? That's not me trying to say they're dumb or anything. Not trying to be DSP over here. But it also does get really frustrating. I don't care about that object. Let me just get the thing and go. Guess we might be here for a minute more. Get your strap-ons on. I mean, get yourself strapped in. What the fuck is that sound? Why is someone's car that loud? Got hearing damage. Someone like jamming music, but it's like very loud. I know you can't hear it on the mic, but it's very loud. Show me where it's at. Right there. Attack, attack, attack. No. This is... This is, yeah, I kind of, even though it's less time consuming, I kind of find this more painful than capturing all the monsters in 10. That's saying something. Because when I'm capturing all the monsters, I can go 4x, I can up the encounter rate, I can auto battle, I can do all kinds of stuff to make it really easy and quick. Well, not as quick, but you know. On this, there's like a lot of slow menus and annoying fights that I can't really get around. Like this unidentified object. It's hard to explain, but like that little delay from when I pick up the item there until I can start moving again, that just like, that I find immensely frustrating every single time. I guess attack may actually be rare compared to the others, and maybe that's why attack was lower. But it's still, it was actually higher than defense when we started all these digs earlier. I want to macro this. Get OpenCV to just read the map on the screen. Just have it home in on the yellow X. It's an attack, but it's a shitty one. No. I'm going back anyway. Because we have no idea where I need to be. I'm gonna do a real save, so I don't have to rely on auto saves. That way, in case it kills me, it's not too bad. If it's ready, I'm gonna go grab a drink before we start the fight. I mean, I kind of want to get one anyway, but... Can't you at least tell me how many more I need? Jesus Christ. We're 2 hours in and we're not even at the story yet that I wanted to be at, like, an hour ago. Things people do for optional content, right? If it gives me an attack Z, I'll be so happy. Because if I've counted right, we're up to like 9 attack. And the way the numbers worked were 20 to 37 points is level 4, and we just got 9 now. So in the worst case, we're only at 29, and we need to get to 38. But I really don't know where we're at. Because I didn't know about, like, these back-end mechanics that are just kind of hidden. I mean, I didn't know how the, like, point systems and stuff worked. I'm not saying the mechanics were fully hidden. Like, we were told from the start to go dig these things up. Alright. Dicks crossed. Nope. Western seems to be the easiest one, and we've gotten them here before. I'm starting to think, like, my little superstition thing about what if I switch up, maybe it'll help. I think that really was what it was, but I think Western seems to be the easiest one to get things because it always seems to just show them at the beginning. I don't have to wait for it to appear. And again, I think that mechanic's just flat out unfair because you could be somewhere where the yellow X is off the map when it appears. You really have no way to know. It doesn't give you a fair chance to hunt for it from the beginning. So you might cover an area, it's not there, and then it comes in later when you're gone somewhere else. So you can't really like plan your route or anything around it. You just have to be lucky enough to be close enough when it appears. So I think those are completely unfair, to be honest. A defense Z? Can you give me an attack Z? That's all I need, bro. I mean, hopefully that's all I need. I'd definitely feel comfortable going back to Jose if we got one. Oh, can every dig be like that? That's so fast. And attack S! That's worth 3. Worst case... Excuse me. I drank a water, damn. Worst case scenario, we're at 32 points now. Best case, we were already somewhere above the minimum, and now we're able to fight the boss. So happy. I mean, I'm happy not because I don't know if I can fight the boss yet, right? But at least we got something better than a crappy attack A. Take a drink of water. I really want to go get another cider or something. Oh no. So if we get another... I'm going worst case, we're at 32. I think. To be fair, if I wanted to really say worst case, it'd be 30. And that's because I think I got an S. I think the first one I got was an S, but I didn't really pay attention. So I got 2 S's, which would be 6 points. Whoops. 2 A's would be 7, 8. Is that right? I don't know. I'm losing track, but I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say worst case is 30. Lowball it a little bit. This is still bad, but again, we don't know what the starting value was. Western Expanse. Give me an attack Z, baby. Just do it. Just do it. It's one time. I don't ask for much. No. I'm glad this thing can't level up beyond 5. Because his defense and special would be like 20 by now. Totally macro this out. Open CV. Read the map, look for the X. Bitch, I know you weren't coming up here to dig this up. Oh, it's a special, you can have it. He's gonna say, that's strange. Because he dug in a place where nothing's at. Could always ask for a new salary as well. All the digs I've done. It could definitely be making me more money, but I don't think I really care. I think I've got around 2 million now. Or, no, I don't think it's that much. An attack S. Worst case is 33 now. Worst case is 33. I'm comfortable with that. It's got to be up to 38. We're 1.4 mil. Alright, let's head back over to Jose. And then let's hope this is my chance to get a beer. Can't y'all just have an easier way to check without having to go all the way inside? Like, I feel like this is a long trip and I'm going at 2x speed. Just imagine having to do this back and forth to check if you didn't know to be writing the numbers down from the start of the game. Oh shit, it's ready. That tells me it's ready. Oh, the horror. We got cocky and souped up our machina too much. Now it's out of control.
What? You made the thing?
I see the treasure chest. That's like Vegna gun.
You should be ashamed of yourselves.
We are deeply repentant.
Only one thing to do.
Kill it. Oh, okay, perfect. We're gonna leave it here. I'm gonna go to another drink. I'll be right back. So I know it doesn't sound like much, but I called it out at an hour 50 into the stream. Like, man, it's been so long. And it's been 20 minutes since then. It took that long of grinding. We did a lot more than that. We did a lot more than just that. If you think you can beat it easily, you're mistaken. No, we're gonna whoop its ass. Or you could go put in work. Rocket launcher. X potion Riku. Instinctively, I reach up to fast forward the transition, but we'll let it go. It's not that bad. Like, I'm used to just like in a grinding mode or whatever. Like, I don't want to watch it. I feel bad about disabling them though. I've always been the kind of person I like to leave that stuff on. Okay, that's horse shit. This is gonna be a fight that I don't like. Yeah, this fight's gonna be garbage, isn't it? And look how long that stupid potion's been queued up. Item use in this game is really frustrating for me. I'm gonna say that. Said it before. Oh, you're going right after again? I see how you've like... Yeah, okay. Oh, X potion here. Oh, we slipped it in. Sounded wrong. We slipped in the potion. We got the transform. Let's see what we can pull off. Gas haste on the party. Shelter. This is the thing that they said is bad, and it might just kill us, which is going to be very frustrating. No, it didn't. Okay. Booster, shelter, strength, protector. Got as much damage as I expected. Booster, shelter, strength, protector. Defense. Alright, we gotta heal Riku bad. I'm gonna scan it. I don't know how, I don't remember how scan works on here, but it might give us good info. Oh, did we just kill it? That was... No, is that it? So it hits hard, but if that was it, that was easy. Wow. We could have done that without... Yeah, it had like 20-something thousand health. We had that thing at 11,000 and 8,000. And not much more than that. What's it? I have the thing pulled up here. What's it actually have? No, it has 18,000. 18,324. It just hits like a dump truck. That was easy. I was like, oh, this thing's gonna be bad. Magical Dances, Volume 2. Oh, I have a thought. I have an idea.
So, who taught you to speak all bad?
I wonder.
Gibble?
I guess you got me interested.
Oh, she had a thing for him.
Ah, I knew it! That guy's always been a player!
Remember,
It's not like that.
he went up to pay him before and made a comment or
You
something.
see, it occurred to me that learning another language might help me broaden my horizons.
Did it work?
Nope.
Words weren't enough.
Oh.
But I did come to a realization. In order to expand your horizons, you have to open yourself up. Get involved with the outside world, let it shape and affect you. That's the only way to change.
He says words weren't enough, though.
I don't get it.
But
What I'm trying to say is that running around with you two has helped me change a lot.
What did we do?
Well, for one thing, you got me to talk. I finally feel I can talk about things.
That's good. We thought we were bothering you.
Oh, you did at first. You never shut up. I was ready to lay down some serious hurt.
What?
Just at first.
Uni!
Hey!
Riku, let's go!
dang.
Must everything be so dramatic? Hey, wait up!
All right, so that's done. I have a bit of a theory. Key items. The dances thing, what was it called? Magical Dances Volume 2. There's a Volume 1. Enables, enables songstress to learn Magical Mask. That's exactly as I expected. I think I pointed this out earlier. Songstress was not complete. because there were 2 missing on each one. Nullify magical attacks against the party while dancing. What was it called? Magical Dances Volume... I'm gonna look up where Volume 1 might be. Volume 1. Oh. That's a thing I'm not going to be able to do. Because I missed things in, like, Chapter 1 and stuff. Oh well. Yeah, I missed so many things because I didn't understand how the side content was working at first. And I locked myself out of a lot of things. So that's fine. We'll just accept it. I want to find the other Machina Ma. I don't know if I can get the other one. That's why I want to find out. Machina Reactor. There's a chest here, but how do I get there? Yeah, it needs chocobos, so I'm never gonna get the other Machina Ball one. Yo, this game is brutal. What the fuck? What does Machina Reactor do? Does it break the HP limit? Yep, it totally does. I expected that. But... wow. So, here's what I'm looking at. Since I know you can't see it, you just see me looking off to the side near the camera. Machina Ma, we scroll up on the wiki page and it says the auto abilities break HP limit and break damage limit are only available if the players found the Machina Reactor and Machina Booster key items respectively. Machina Reactor is inside a chest in the Ruin Depths dungeon. Machina Booster is found in a chest near the lift leading to the Youth League headquarters in Mushroom Rock Road. Both can only be obtained in Chapter 5. Chapter 5 part is good, right? But Ruin Depths, where do I go for Ruin Depths? Also known as Cave Ruins, is an optional dungeon in Final Fantasy X-2. It is in the Calm Lands, situated behind and on a lower level than the Calm Lands Ruins. Okay, so where are the Calm Lands Ruins? The Calm Lands Ruins in Final Fantasy X-2 is where Clasco opens a chocobo ranch. It is a site of the former monster arena in the Calm Lands. The ranch, once opened, accommodates captured chocobos which can be fed, upgraded, and dispatched on treasure hunt across Spira. You know what? Actually, let me double check. Because I read something about like a Chapter 3 thing that you have to do involving chocobos, but what if there's still a way to do this? Because we went to the monster arena once. Will you get mad if I talk to Payne privately in Albed? Yo, I speak Albed, girl. What you talking about? Thanks, I open up to you and all you do is tease me. I speak fluent Albed. I understand everything now. Yeah, I tried to go to the monster arena in like Chapter 3 and it said something seems wrong, you can't do that yet. Maybe we should turn back. Also though, something about, well, I kind of know what it is, but it's a little difficult to explain, but something about that, like this calm lands leading into the monster arena, the idea of like walking into that, really makes me want to play 15 again.
So what's next?
So Riku, we need to swap you back. This ain't right. It defaults to Thief, and I don't know if that's because it's the last one she had equipped for it. Which is interesting, because that implies somewhere they have a data structure, somewhere in memory, they're saving the location, or they're saving the last one she had equipped for a specific garment grid, which means they would be doing that for all of them most likely. Or they default to Thief for her if it's available. Because when I switched everyone back to that grid earlier, it defaulted to Gunner for Yuna and defaulted to Warrior for Pain. See, we just got 4 antidotes. That's insane. Also, we'll take a look at dress spheres. So there's 4 in the middle, right? Floral Falal is actually the central one. Machina Ma. Festivalist is up there. One of them would be Pains, which I thought I was just going to find in the middle of the missions when we were getting the 3 uniforms. Clearly, I did not find it. I did something wrong, most likely. Because we don't have Pains transformation. But can we go in here? Nope. You better not go in just yet. So reading on further then, we'll start back over. Chocobos can be used after the Clean Sweep optional mission in the Calm Lands, after which Clasco explains how to catch them. Captured Chocobos can be dispatched on a treasure hunt. They return after 7 battles are fought. They find better treasures if they're upgraded to higher levels. Dispatching a level 4 or 5 to the Mihan High Road may uncover the Fiend Colony. Yo, shit is hidden nasty in this game. That's an optional dungeon. Wow. Clean Sweep. Tell me about Clean Sweep. Exterminate. Unlocked. Becomes available when Clasco, Kali, and the Chocobo board the airship. We got a Chocobo, but we didn't get Clasco in them. So I'm pretty much going back to my assumption that we can't do this right now. Which is unfortunate. Basically, though, if I had done the right, if I had done the correct optional content earlier in the game, I would be able to have the Chocobo Ranch. That would also allow me to send Chocobos to Beaconell and unlock the Central Expanse. In this case, it would allow me to do these other optional dungeons and stuff. They all seem to be tied to that. So, kind of sucks that it's that permanently... There's a lot of permanently missable stuff in this game. That's a little painful. There's not too much in 10, really. There's a little bit. Now they want me to do Blitzball. That's the last thing, and I don't know if I want to even try. I'm going to be honest. Blitzball. There's probably like a dress sphere or something you can get from it. I don't know. What do we get? I don't care about training and stuff. I want to know, like, what is my ultimate objective? AP Egg seems to be like the best thing I've noticed. Probably just makes you get AP faster so you could level up your dress spheres faster. Yeah, whatever. Okay. We're gonna just, we're gonna go for it. I don't know which hole to pick. I don't know how it affects anything, to be honest. 116 is the save before moving onward. In case I want to do Blitzball on my own time or something.
Made up your mind? Where were you jumping?
We can do Bavel again. Calmlands. Oh, right, with Yojimbo. That was optional. Let's do it. I don't know. Let's do it.
You really going in? Yeah, the time for invasion has come. Spear Hunter team go with. Your friendly name. Huh?
What?
Yeah. What are we called now? Does it really matter? Good point. Surging, flapping, neighboring, gull wings.
Oh no.
Seriously.
I'm so moved.
At any rate, let's go.
The Gullwing's last mission. Let's do it.
Hey, none of this last mission business. You hear?
For me, it probably will be. Be careful.
I'll be fine.
Oh.
We're just going to talk after all.
What the fuck, brother?
Huggy huggies for your triumphant return. Yes. Hug, hug, hug. Hug, hug, hug.
Hey, look what the boys thought of.
That's right. Go, go, go. Go wings.
Okay, guys.
It's time, Gullwings. Let's rock.
I think they should do another YRP thing there. Their stylish thing. What the fuck? I don't know what difference it makes which one we pick, but this is optional, so it seems like the most interesting choice. Bavel's a... shit. There's a chest in there, and I forgot to get the one in Jose. Okay, we're in hell now. We're inside of Anima. Okay, we're gonna actually go back to... I don't know if I care that much about that chest, but I want to check the one in Jose. Also, what is going on, Copperbeard? Good to see you. Is that a reference to something? Is that like a commercial or something? Also, oh shit, that's a sub also, which I did not hear pop up. So thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, this one. They just showed us that, hold on. Game audio is not being picked up properly. There we go, my bad. They just showed us that chest in Jose, excuse me. They just showed us that chest in Jose after we beat the experiment. Heathens. I love it. How are you doing today? Are you, you staying home today? You going to work? What's going on? Cool. Hey, thanks for hitting that sub though. I appreciate it. Did it pop up? Did I just miss it? The volume's been really quiet on them, so I haven't heard them as much. A power wrist. Yeah, I don't know how much I needed that, to be honest. Didn't see it pop up. Okay. So here's the problem. They do work, but they seem like sometimes they don't pop up. And I really think, because like, I was getting some things happening and they weren't popping up. Other times they do pop up. And I'm wondering if it's just like like Stream Elements is having trouble right now kind of thing, right? Because I was like, ooh, I need to try to fix these, and everything I see on my end, they're fine. And then, like, yesterday they popped up, so it's like, I don't know, whatever. Okay, so we got that chest that I didn't really need all that bad. We're gonna do this again now. No, not the Thunder Plains cave. I talked about that at the start of stream. Yeah, we've already watched this, so whatever. Just gonna kind of talk over it. Yeah, I talked about that at the start of stream, and I recorded most of it. I recorded like most of a full run of it last night. So it's more than enough to like show what the cave is about. And I'm just gonna like slap something together, like edit a video together and put it in the playlist. And I'm like, be glad I didn't do this on stream. The first time I went through that stupid cave, it was like,
I'm so moved.
I got really far in, but I got to a point where it's like the number of so I was grinding, right? So I had the battle modifier thing to like frequent enemy encounters. So I had a shit ton of battles, and when it asked me about like how many battles I'd been in, I brute forced it.
I'll be fine.
And so it was like
Just going to talk.
52 battles or something. And then I stopped battles at that point, so I knew what the number was. But then I got to another one, and it's like, the amount of gil you've earned since entering this cave. And I'm like, I'm not even going to try to brute force that, right? When you're talking hundreds of gil per fight, with 52 fights, that's not feasible. It's far too many to brute force. So I left, I come back in, I do it, and then after you do it once, you gotta do it again to get the best item. So I basically did most of the cave 3 times. I did 2 full runs and almost another. I was very not happy with it last night. Yeah, this chest I probably don't care about, because I think we've got that item once before. Items in this game are weird. Just throw them all over. Well, it reset, right? So I wanted to grind, and after I finished getting the item, I was like, I guess I should leave and come back in to at least get an autosave so I can start grinding. And then I'm like, it reset. Why did it reset? So you just kind of figure it out from there. That's a good place to grind, though. I was discovering earlier, I'm at the point, so like here's the thing, and I was kind of talking about this. I don't want people just like, you know, raw, no, what is this? Just raw, no rubber, like, here's a spoiler, here's how to do this thing, or here's a secret. Oh, those hurt me. If you make repeated contact with the flames, you'll be sent back to one of the flames you've... What? Why is that? That's arbitrary as shit. But it's like, you know, someone just goes like, raw, no rubber, and just like throws out like, oh, you got to this part, here's all the tips on how to do it. I'm like, whoa, calm down. If I ask or if I want to look it up, that's different, and I'm open to like seeing things. So I was looking some stuff up earlier on like, just a few minutes before you got here on like Machinima, right? So for Riku there, I got Machina Booster to break damage limit, and I was like, I bet my left dick that the other one's gonna break the health limit, but I was looking up how to get it, and then it's like a Factorio chain of like 8 different things, and it's the second time in a row today, or not in a row, but it's the second time today, the other one being Beacon El Desert, where in order to get to Central Expanse, you have to have done a side quest in Chapter 3. I think just Chapter 3, maybe also Chapter 2. It might be 2 different side quests in order to get like the Chocobo Ranch thing working. And I was like, I didn't know, like, the way they pop up like content, I never knew which content I had to do at any given time. And I was like, okay, I'll probably do that one next. And then the game is like, no, you won't. You're just done with this chapter and you never get to do that again. Like, they really stepped up the permanently missable stuff. And I'm like, okay, so because I didn't do that random stuff then, I don't get a Chocobo Ranch, which means I never get the key to the Beacon El Desert chest. I never get to go to, like, at least 2 optional dungeons that I saw. So it's like, yeah, that's brutal. But yeah, Machina Booster is good, though. I'd rather have that than the health one. And yeah, what you just said a minute ago, though. You tried Blitzball, and holy shit, how'd they make that worse? Like, it's so confusing. It's just arrows zooming around in like rapid speed. It's like, what's even happening? That's just Shiva, is that right? Okay. Couldn't steal. Oh, she's about... Okay, bye, Shiva. This is why we grind, so we can just one-shot things. Or not quite one-shot, but... Crystal gloves. It auto-plays more than the 1 in 10. And 10 auto-plays a lot. I was just thinking about that. We never went back to that temple. They wouldn't let me walk over there when I tried. We never went back to the Makalania temple. So it kind of makes sense that Shiva would be here. What? Was that necessary? Oh. What's his name? I thought it said asthma. Oh, why? I don't even want to fight it. Just leave. Enemies like that are stupid. If I can't just mash attack, I don't want to fight it. Okay, we're here now. Yo, they throw so many healing items at you on this game, it's absurd. You'll get through a fight and it's like, here's 4 Phoenix Downs. Alright, I don't mind these guys so far. Yeah, they're fine then. Just don't be Quirrells, because you'll probably crash the game for no reason. This is definitely going to be a guide. I talked about the Magus Sisters once before. They're straight up here, okay. Alright, yeah, we bonked one. Not so mighty guard, that's goofy, I love it. I hate enemies that are like, we're going to force you to use magic, or we're going to force you to use physical stuff. I hate that kind of thing, not a fan of it. Granted, I'm always using physical stuff anyway, so I don't really care as much, but I just hate when they, like, force you into a paradigm. I grind so I don't have to use magic. So at least, like, the thing with 10 is that if you grind, you don't have to use magic at all, basically. There's very few things in the game that literally are immune to physical. So even, like, flans and stuff, at a certain point, you're just strong enough that you can just kill it anyway. Now, at the start of the game, you can't, right? It's all about grinding to get to that point. What's this place called? Road to the Far Plane. It looks like the inside of Anima. It looks like some hellscape. So the fact is, we've just fought Shiva, we fought Mega Sisters. I kind of joked about fighting Mega Sisters. We still haven't fought Anima, so... color me surprised if Anima shows up in the next few moments. Those jumps are almost timed with the music. You're gonna do what, Riku?
So what's next?
Also, I got, like, really good items I should look into. Raises magic. Defense by 60. Hold on. Yeah. You're gonna take that, and then I'm gonna pass these off to you. And then you still have 2 of these, but I'm gonna give you... Power... No. Strength is good, though. Yeah, that's fine. Or I could do Force of Nature as well. I miss so many dress spheres, and, like, the problem is I knew where some of them were at. Like, I went to the Mount Gagazet, like, the cave at the top, where you do, like, the weird blitzball throwing minigame and stuff in 10. Fuck that wall. Go away. I don't like you. Nobody likes you. I went to that cave, and there was a Ronzo in there like, hey, there was a sphere back here or something. And I said, oh, I'll just come back and get it later. And I literally got locked out of doing that. And I was like, oh. So the sphere disappeared because I advanced too far in the game. Awesome. Like, it's very arbitrary why I still can't go get it. I'm a little annoyed by how much, how much permanently missable content there is in this. Key number shits, no, it isn't info dump, but you know how to do it, or not? Because the simpler way I would describe it, I could probably describe it in a simpler way, rather. Did I loop back? Is that what I've done? I feel like this is where we were at earlier. Well, it's okay. Yeah, that thing's a little hard to explain, but I think I could probably explain it in words better than the info dump tutorial. I mean, fuck, the beginning of the game, the creature creator tutorial, which I still haven't even touched that system. Creature creator is a fucking, like, 25-minute info dump. It's like, we're gonna tell you every single thing about Creature Creator. It's like, bro, I haven't even caught anybody yet. I mean, other than like, brother for whatever reason. And you're like giving me every single bit of this entire mechanic before I can do any of it. Oh yeah, it's you. Dang. Bye. You expect me to switch classes to fight you? You don't know who you're dealing with. So where does this take me? Where am I?
I'm gonna kick you in the spleen.
Spleen.
I forget about that, and every time I hear it, first my brain expects the Duke Nukem line, I'm gonna kick you in the nuts. And then spleen just throws me off. But I love it. Which way? This way or the other way? This is going down, good. I feel bad not having explored that other path yet. Is it Anima? Is it Anima? Is there anyone else we haven't fought? It's definitely Anima. How many hits is it gonna take? Nine? 10, 11? 12? 12 hits, not bad. She gone! Tetraband, I think that's a good one. You scored the Immortal Soul Garment Grid. Okay.
Yuna. I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough to stop him. We
Shuyin?
wanted to at least warn someone, but instead, we were dragged into the darkness.
He got that Xanarkin summoning power, am I right?
It's all right. Forgive us.
Please, tell me, what is he?
Shuyin? Just a shadow.
Shadow.
It may look like him, but the real Shuyin died long ago. Even after 1,000 years, his hate and misery linger on.
So he's like the
His
man on
feelings were
fire
so
from Metal
strong
Gear
they began
Solid.
to act on their own. Eventually, they became a shadow, a shade that wants only to vanish, but cannot.
Just a shadow.
He's just so pissed off that he's not dead.
Are you sure?
Yes, leave it to me.
You know, walks in with a mag light.
I'll banish shadow with
I heard you're a shadow.
Light?
Len's feelings. That's right. Call it love.
Bitch, can we get like a dark mode on these loading screens? God damn. I was gonna get LASIK soon, but I think that just melted too much of my cornea that I'm no longer a candidate. What do you mean you're only getting one clue? So, there's two clues. Alright, let me explain it real quick. So when you go up to a wall, there's a clue in the top left and the bottom right. Are you saying you're only getting... You're not getting one in each corner? Because I think I could explain this, but we gotta get a baseline on where you're at, on what you're dealing with. And then I will help you. Okay, no, so, what... Hear me out. This is a little weird to explain. the one in the top left is always for your current wall. The one in the bottom right, okay, I'm gonna mirror it for stream. The one in the top left is always for your current wall. The one in the bottom right is for the next wall. And it also has the number. So it'll have like the square brackets, and it'll have a number. That tells you what wall it's for. So you also want to match up those numbers. So when you're at one wall, in the bottom right, it'll say like 8. It'll have the square brackets with some arrows pointing to 8, and that means that's for your next wall, which is wall 8, and that's half of the clue. So then when you get to that next wall, the one in the top left should also have an 8, and those are the two you combine. Those are the two you add together. Does that make more sense? Because like basically though, every time you get a clue, you should be getting one for two, like every time you get to a wall, you should be getting a clue for 2 different walls. Where do you get the other clue for the first wall, though? What do you... did you just walk in? If you have it do the tutorial for you, it'll automatically get you through the first wall. Like, the first wall has a no data clue, which is, like, just nothing... because there was like no previous info or whatever. So when you walk in, you open the chest, just tell it to do the tutorial and just like mash through it. It'll give you the answer. It'll say like, since our first clue was 9 and our next one was 6, the answer is 15. Just like, it'll literally tell you what to put in for the first wall. And then from then on, you're on your own. But it should just get you through that one automatically. Yeah, try resetting it and just go through, have it do the tutorial thing and see what happens. Look who it is. Why are y'all... Oh, it's, yeah. It's LeBlanc as well, though. I was like, why are y'all here? Why is everyone just ending up here in the far plane?
You certainly took your sweet time.
Why are you here?
Because the
My
boss
Noogie
never
Woogie.
goes against Lord Noogie's wishes.
You found him?
As we was heading in, we found the sphere addressed to the boss.
He said, "Don't follow me. Turn back now and wait for my return."
Actually doing what you're told? How novel.
What can I say? One look at Noogie Woogie's dashing visage on that spear, and I was, oh, charmed.
My God.
How could I say no to such a cutesy wootsy face?
She's like blushing. She turned redder. Look at that vortex butthole thing back there.
Don't worry. If he knows you're waiting, he has a reason to come home.
And wait I shall.
We'll tell him that you're waiting like a good girl.
You do that, love. And don't forget to stress, good girl.
Ooh. So by the way, Copper, one thing, turn off your battles for that. If you don't want to do it with the F3, then I don't know, if you're like me, you would have got an item for it anyway. I think it's not the charm bangle, is it? Yeah, charm bangle. Yeah, because you don't want to keep track of your battles and your gil and all that, so turn that off. Did you get through the first part now? Is it working better? Because I actually took a couple like snips of the game last night when I was bitching about that dungeon to one of my friends. And I can like, if I need to make it more clear, I can send you one of those and be like, these are the spots I'm talking about, like this is how to interpret the different spots. Okay, you get it now, yeah. Just literally, let me send you what I did last night. These numbers aren't gonna work for you, but I'm gonna send you what I did last night, okay? This is how I took fucking notes. I'm gonna send it to you in Discord real quick. Because And basically, when I had to redo the whole thing again, I just went through and erased all the numbers and then filled them back in as I went through again. But yeah, that's how I did it. Literally just a fucking document. I just like fill everything in as you go because it's going to be annoying. What is it? I just saved it right now. But so that's the name I just chose to give it. Chose to gave. What is it? Got any information? Inside, mighty fiends are on watch. Take them on and you can kiss those pretty faces goodbye, loves. Of course, not even the mightiest of fiends stands a chance against the mighty LeBlanc. They're just lucky Nuji left that sphere. Can we buy something? I don't think I've bought a single item all game, have I? This game throws items at you. Past that portal, the path seemed to stretch off into nothingness. Vegnagun must be a long way off. Kinda hard to decide whether this place is pretty or just pretty creepy. I mean, this is where, like, dead people go. We're basically in the life stream from Final Fantasy VII. We're just on a different planet. I'm still, you know, I'm kind of hard up on that. That's canon now. They put Shinra's picture in 7 Remake. It's canon now. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and grab me another drink. I'll be right back, and we'll go through the sky butthole that you see back there. Alright, brace your jimmies for the sound. It's gonna be good. Alright. Okay, let's go through the sky butthole. I promised sky buttholes. Let's do it. Last time we had a sky butthole was the beginning of 10. when Sin pulled us up. It's Seymour! No. That would frustrate a lot of people. A lot of people really don't like Seymour. A lot of people get annoyed by just how many times you fight him, and they don't really find him... As much as I like 10, I'm not one of those people who's just like, I fucking hate everything about Seymour, he's an awful character. I'm not one of those people, but there's a lot of people who just think he's a terrible character, and they just are annoyed that they have to fight him so many times. I'm not necessarily one of those, but I just think it'd be funny to see people's reactions if, like, Seymour popped up. It is like the the far plane, not the live stream. And you said, so here's the thing I was talking about earlier, Copperbeard. You said whoever came up with this fucking stinks. You said you like the character. You could absolutely cut two of his fights out, and you'd be good though. But what you said though, I was talking about that earlier when I was incessantly grinding away in Beacon Hill Desert to fight the experiment. And I was complaining about the minigame. I was complaining about, like, I don't want to be DSP about it, like, these fucking stupid game developers, they think they're so smart, and that, like, when he gets frustrated, he gets, like, fucking vile. I don't want to be like that about it, but I do genuinely wonder, like, what do developers think when they're designing, like, that dungeon, or when they're designing things like mini games that are basically universally considered frustrating, like the Chocobo race. I did pretty well in the Chocobo race this time on 10. It took me it might have taken me less than 20 minutes. But, you know, I understand why people are frustrated by the Chocobo race or the butterfly thing. And I genuinely wonder, like, what are devs, they have to know it's difficult, so what are they thinking, right? Where does this take us? So Me Ray. We're gonna have a music mini game. All right. And I do like those. Have you got any bingos yet? Have you got any bingos? Like the first time I made it through there, I got like 4 bingos in a row. It was so sexy. Ew. That's a big old boy. That's like Omega. Isn't that? Yeah, it is. Omega weapon. This brings up things. So when, by the way, Copper, I beat what's his name? Angra something, the super boss in Beacon Hill. I beat that yesterday. But I kind of joked because it was like a big red thing. I was like, it's Ruby Weapon. But one of the things I heard back when the whole Shinra thing in this game happened, like over a decade ago, one of the things I heard was like speculation that weapons were originally from like Spira and they got brought in with Shinra somehow. Now we have a law. So Me Ray Law. Oof. Does it go away? Do I just not go over this way then? Oh. So, I have no idea what the order is. I'm gonna keep typing it out every time. So the chat doesn't scroll it. Great Marlboro. But fuck off. Riku's got a ribbon anyway. How do I get through there? Seem to be missing a context here. Adamant tortoise, that's always the more difficult one. Alright, fine, Pain, get in and do what you do. I don't like using abilities. Abilities are lame. Oh, it guards against armor break. So it's just strong for the sake of being strong. Probably use magic against it. I ain't got time for that. We'll let it auto battle. The irony of saying we don't got time for that when it'd probably be faster. And thus my true hatred for magic has been revealed. How does this... I don't understand this. Any help, Copper? Okay, so you stopped mid-description because you were like, I fucked up. Y'all aren't gonna enjoy this. There's gotta be somewhere I can jump. Or something, because this stupid thing just gets mad at me. When I cross that point. I'll turn encounters off for a moment. But if I hit this, I get into an encounter, right? No. Wait, can I just jump over that? The jumping system is so weird that I don't know if I'm supposed to mash B or... I can't seem to do anything. Where am I at? Heart of the far plane. Okay, someone said just hold... They said hold the button as you run up to it. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for... Have I been able to hold jump the whole game and just now learn that? I've been struggling with that jump mechanic the whole game. Copper, are you doing 100% run on that one? I actually looked up a, when I first started the game, like even before I started the first session, I looked up spoiler-free guide and I pulled one up and it was like, here's a checklist, do everything, like just do all these things and you get 100% in one run. And I was tempted, but I was like, I don't want to ruin my first experience by just being told exactly where to go and everything. But now I'm seeing how much permanently missable stuff there is. I'm like, damn. Oh, this is definitely a side team. This is a lower budget product for sure. I think it's definitely a lot better than its reputation, for sure. I don't dislike it. There are some mechanics that are not super up my alley. There are some choices they make with enemies. There's a lot of enemies that can just instantly kill you. There are a lot of enemies that can just instantly kill you. Hang on. We're gonna do that again. I don't know how much more health we need, but we barely survived that. Okay. I don't like instant kill kind of stuff. They were downright mean with status ailments and stuff, for sure. Pointless is just ugly. I don't know why you would make pointless. And they have a lot of status ailments that persist out of battle, which I always hate. So there's things I don't like, but I don't think it's bad. So mi re la so. I don't know which me and stuff it is, because there's two. Don't care. Don't care. This plays really slow. I was like, literally don't care. Just tell me what it is. His name is Gug.
Turned on.
Maybe a little bit. These are all expired, because these were related to the one I did. Ew, bombs. And see, this was a weird thing I pointed out at the beginning of the game, how bombs don't work like they used to work, because the battle system doesn't really facilitate it very well. I find that very interesting is all. Alright, we'll progress forward. Alright, cool, but what if... Assault. By the way, Copperbeard, I ordered another, I ordered an Elite Series 2. I don't know if this is Series 1 or 2, to be honest. This is a 2, actually. I ordered another one. I'm gonna see about getting this one fixed up on warranty if possible. Be good to have 2 for guests and stuff, you know. And I ordered it like Monday, and from Microsoft's own store, and it's supposed to be here tomorrow. I ordered another Elite Series 2. I'm gonna still see about getting this one fixed up with the right bumper being weird and all, but it'd be good to have another one for like guests and stuff, you know. Kind of, not entirely, but what I can do is I can go to the menu, I can go here to like equip, and I've been able to get into, I'm actually doing it right now, where there were some places I was hitting it just a moment ago where it wasn't registering, but every couple of hits. So I've been able to get into some situations like that, so it seems like it probably is the controller. Steel. Let's bop this guy. Ew, he used defense up. That's gross. Oh man, I'm really tempted to ask a question. I don't know if I want to know the answer yet. And it's hurting me, because I know you could probably answer me. I don't know. What's this one? Fa mi fa so do? Wait. Fa mi do ti fa so fa. Why did it come with notes built in? Oh, I see. Me. This is weird. Boom, did a thing. Alright, I have a question, Copperbeard. What I want you to answer right now... Oh my god, it's a big sandworm. What I want you to answer right now is only if you know the answer to my question, okay? That's all I want to know. If you know... If you can confirm yes or no, but I don't want to actually know the answer yet. What I've been thinking about is... I was saying 3 for a long time. It's actually Final Fantasy V. And Final Fantasy V, when you switch jobs and stuff, if you master a job, you get enough AP, you master it, you can then like transfer those abilities to other jobs, specifically the mime job. And the mime job took like all the best stats from every other job as well. So like whichever job gave you the best magic stat, it took it from that. Whichever job gave you the best strength stat, it took it from that. The things I've seen in this game suggest... there's a couple items here. So the first one is use instinct abilities learned as a berserker. I don't have berserker, but that tells me there's a berserker dress sphere. I have one for Bushido as well. Use Bushido abilities learned as a samurai. So there's clearly items that let me use things from other ones. So part of me was wondering if there's an item that lets me do every dress sphere, just like the mime job in 5. But the other thing too is if we look in the middle here, the middle 5, we have Floral Falal in the direct center, Machinima, Festivalist, whichever one I missed for Pain, but there's still another one in the center. And I'm just wondering if there's maybe also a dress sphere that lets you get everything. It'd probably be some super ugly item like farming 99 Dark Matters in 10. But in general, that's just... I mean, you say you do possess this knowledge, so you knew what I was getting at. Whether or not that exists in here, but Unfortunately, the speed at which you say it makes it sound like that it does exist. Because you said it quick. I just suspect that it does. Like, it seems like something that's generic would make sense in a system like this. Ah, my question was somewhere else than you were thinking. Alright. Yeah, again, it could either be an item that's like, use anything from anything else, or it could be a dress sphere that's like, use whatever you want. But you would have to master the abilities to be able to use them, right? That would be the way I'd probably see it playing out. So like, all these that I have mastered, I'd be able to use them in the other one, I guess. I was asking whether you know or not. Yeah, not to actually know the answer. It's Gipple.
I got careless.
Are you all right?
I could use a nap.
Where's Nuge?
Nuji Wuji?
Guess she couldn't stay away.
Ooh.
I never said where I would wait.
Well then please, take care of Gipple.
You dare give me an order?
You didn't order, she said please.
Like a good girl and doing your part for the team.
All right, I'm in.
She likes when Nuge calls her a good girl.
Dr. P. A gift from Nuge.
A crimson sphere? Pain's sphere? Wait, is that?
Years ago. Said it was inside the sphere camera.
I'll watch it later.
Oh, I love it when people call me good girl.
You should watch it now. Think about it. You know you won't be able to fight your best as long as it's on your mind.
You're right.
What do you got in mind for fun? Any ideas, Dr. P?
Me? A ship that glides through the air. That thing you mentioned before. If it's for real, I want to fly it.
You get to be pilot then. And maybe I'll try my hand at navigation. Then I'll be engineer.
Remember the airship in 15? If it's fair to call it that?
Captain.
Ah, that's perfect.
You'd let an amateur be captain?
Chill out, Noogster. All you gotta do is shut up and look important. You'll fit the part.
Like a glove.
I'll work you like dogs.
What happened to that pain, I wonder?
What to say, that's a radical departure.
Inside you, sleeping.
Well, wakey, wakey! Time to set sail.
Your captain and your navigator are waiting.
Whoa. Scaling the Heights. Play the melody by Oh my god, what? Bruh, there was a save sphere. I just wanted to save my game. What? Play the melody by stepping on the floating pedestals in the right order. Okay. Cool. That's slightly ominous and terrifying, isn't it? Would you like to survey the area? Yes, please? Is it just the same view I had? Wait, where was me? Oh, God. I missed the second one. I can't... Are you serious? Are you serious? Bro, this is like Simon Says on steroids. Is that what is that what the little memory, the repetition thing is? I know, like, Simon Says is the one where people say, like, Simon Says, touch your nose, touch your ear. Ah, you touched your ear, you fell. But I think people also call, like, that memory game Simon Says too, don't they? Where you're repeating what someone else does. Yeah. All right. Let's just see if I got something to tell me what to do. I have a thing that I think is telling me which order to jump. So it says it's gonna be hard to follow. Directly to the right. What the fuck? Directly to the right. So me railroad play. Now jump to the platform to the right. Write it up. Here, Doti. Head back down to the save sphere. How do I do that? Hold on. Oh, I gotta go here. I think. Yeah, to hear Doti play. And head back down to the save sphere. Okay, I got it. Hold on, I'm sorry. What did you say? The problem is they were ruthless when they made those mini games because they put random numbers in it and stuff. So, like, you can't look up a guide to just tell you, hey, input this number and you get through wall number 8. Input this number, you get through wall number 12 or whatever. It's like, no, you have to do it. Have fun. Alright. So go back to the save sphere. Now jump to the platform to the right of the save sphere. This one? Okay. Write it up, then go up to a platform to hear Doti. This? No, that's not right. Oh, no, wait, I saw the wrong thing. Write it up. Stops, jump up, law will play. Return to the save sphere, jump again to the left. Alright. This is ridiculous. Okay, so when it stops, jump. This time, jump to the left platform. Jump up and ride up. Now jump to the right. So we'll play. Jump back to the platform you're previously on. It will move up higher. Jump to the right and open a chest. Yeah. Jump up. Fa Mi will play. Jump back to the moving platform, right all the way back down. Jump off. And back onto it to ride to a middle platform. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah. The middle platform. Once there, jump to the left and again to the left. Fa will play. This is bonkers. Return to the save sphere. How do I return to the save sphere, bro? Okay, I made it back. I'm saving. Fuck. Are you talking about this game or that dungeon in particular, Copper? Because I don't know how you beat this dungeon as a kid. I'd have been fucking confused as shit right now. Because like this in particular is like, what the hell? How are you supposed to figure out? Yeah, specifically this part, right? Like, what the fuck? So return to the safe sphere. Take the platform to the right again. Right until it stops and then jump to the left to a lower one. I have no shame in looking this shit up. Now we're gonna ride this. Jump into a platform to the left when it stops. So do will play. So do, rather. No, it's do. Yeah. Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Yeah, it's do. Now jump again to the left onto the large platform. All the notes you just played will be repeated back to you and the barrier will drop down. Deactivated lasers with my dick. Now it's time to blow this fucker down. This is weird. This may be the weirdest. This is one of the weirdest dungeons I've seen in a Final Fantasy game. Having to do all that. That didn't look very deactivated. I don't know when the last time I saved was.
There's no turning back.
Yeah, can we go save real quick?
Yeah. That's it?
A hunch it is then.
That looks like a Mr. Vegna gun to me. That's what she said? It's moving? Okay, you're just gonna jump me off of there? Come on, I wanted to go up. Location, Vegna gun. Yeah, those run-throughs of that stupid dungeon, man. That's why I'm glad I didn't do it on stream. If I had actually done that on stream today, we would not be here right now for sure. Because it took me like... It probably took me like an hour to do all 3 runs, maybe an hour and a half. What's up, Noogie Woogie?
Both Barrel Eye and Vegnagun belong to him now.
Barrel Eye? Why? He was the Yevon guy, right? What is going on? He want. Okay. Yep.
I have a plan. Can't call it a smart one though.
What's that?
Kill it.
He acts through another's body. Stop the body, and you stop him.
Beat Barrel Eye.
I'll shoot Barrel Eye.
Okay. He's gonna squeeze on that fool.
Will be useless, but if we're lucky, he won't die. Shuyun will abandon Barrel Eye, and then he'll come back for me.
What then?
I will die. My body has already been rigged. I'm taking Shuyun with me.
Dang.
Nooch.
That's... That's serious. Okay.
But you're our captain.
Exactly. That's why he's doing it. Made me sadder than I expected right now.
I don't like your plan. It sucks.
Yuna.
Your plan is awful. Think about it. It's no different than what we did 2 years ago.
I can't get over that. It
We
sucks.
destroyed our own allies. We destroyed the Aeons who had fought together with us at our side. We didn't have a choice then. We believed that was the only way we could save Spira.
I do like, yeah, it's a good parallel though.
Do you know what it felt like to watch them die? Right before my eyes. It was the only thing we could do. It was the only choice we had. I gave in, I accepted, I believed. I allowed it to be true. I thought I'd be able to go through with it without ever doubting myself. But it hurt so much.
Forgive us.
You're still here because of Shuyin.
Everyone was so happy. Great job, Yuna. You did it. You saved us all. There were too many smiles to count. And I know that I was smiling too. But now, when I look back, the people who should be here aren't. The ones who should be smiling with me aren't here.
We had no choice.
Was it Jekt? No, that wasn't. I don't know why the voice made me think of Jekt.
We had no choice. Always we had no choice. Those are our magic words. We repeat them to ourselves again and again, but you know, the magic never worked. The only thing we're left with is regret.
Yuna, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm confused. Like, they're not giving a name for that. It's not Nuge, right?
I don't want friends to die or fade away. I don't want battles where we have to lose in order to win. Nuge, I know that what you say is what you mean to do. Give me your resolve. Believe in Yuna.
The one who helped defeat Sin.
So you have a plan.
Yeah, that wasn't Nuge's voice, was it?
That's plan
But
B.
it didn't have a name on the subtitle.
Hey, Riku. No matter how monstrous it looks, Vegnagun is still just a machina.
Steal from it and it dies in one hit.
Right?
Yeah, maybe?
You never used to be the think before you act type. What gives?
LeBlanc.
Oh, is she here now?
And I never was the wait like a good girl type, isn't that right, Nuji?
Vegnagun can be destroyed. Apsipaza, you better believe it. Wanna know why?
'Cause people built it.
Right.
This music, though. Straight up feel like I'm in a Persona game.
It looks like we can stop that thing after all.
Just like comes in and slaps everybody and one-shots them.
Now it's pissed.
Witless little widget, isn't it?
What about Shuyin?
Plan B.
Oh?
Love.
Oh. The ultimate illusion.
It'll work. I've come this far to bring Len's feelings to Shuyin. I'm not stopping now.
The power of love conquers all. So romantic.
I know what she means, but it could be interpreted differently. It's gonna start banging or something. I know what she actually means. Someone's jamming on that piano.
Look.
Someone is jamming though. We had 3 platforms. Are we each going to be on one? Or are you doing a single platform? This is crazy. Turn this up a little bit. Air conditioner stuff just came on too, which doesn't help.
Just bluffing. This relic's getting rusty. Yuna, you have your friends.
If we all attack at once, we can do this. We need to split up.
But you better not make me pick parties. Better not be like, for this special fight.
Guess that leaves the tail.
Okay, let's go.
Can Nuge like jump around like that?
See you later.
Bro's got a robot leg. Alright, I'm gonna leave now. No, I'm not going to. But part of me wants to save. I swear we already made these jumps, didn't we? Are these the same jumps I made a minute? I don't know. Ooh, wouldn't it be a shame if I had a very anticlimactic bathroom break? I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I just realized, like, I don't know how long this is all gonna take, but I don't want to be sitting here having to pee like the whole time, so I'll be right back. Dang, I just got back, Copper. If you're still there, if you still hear this, thank you for tuning in and all. And good luck with whatever bullshit they throw at you. At work, that is. Yeah, thank you for stopping in and chatting and everything, though. I will catch you later. Alright, let's, look, he's got hentai tentacles. Did not expect Vegnagun to have hentai tentacles.
Ready? Let's kick some tail. You're on.
Ah, let's kick some tail.
Be afraid, Yuna. Your friends are your strength.
Or X potions, that's a nice steal. No limit something. How about a mega potion? How about I assaulted? Oh, it might have been a horrible time. It's not that bad, okay. Like, that might have been a horrible time to do that. That barely worked. Well, hopefully this isn't as bad as it could be.
We're not done yet.
Oh, we killed it. Awesome. A mega elixir. We might need that.
What's next?
Uni, they're in trouble.
I like Uni. That's so cute. Such a cute nickname.
Boss, let's get the heck out of here.
You want to get the heel?
I bet they do.
You can heal us when we get home.
Oh, he quoted it too. You know what he meant. Okay. Items. We'll just high potion it then. Go. Yeah? Yeah. Yes, indeed. Impossible. Impossible. Item. Nope. No more mega elixirs hiding. What's down here, though? Something I just straight up can't see. I'm mashing A as I'm walking around. If there's any items, I should have picked them up, and nothing happened, so... I'm guessing there's not. Also, I want to check garment goods real quick. We got one earlier. Is it Immortal Soul? Full life magic. Cura. That sounds right. Mercurial Strike. Swordplay weight down, Bushido weight down, and Instinct weight down. That's crazy. I've got a lot to say about this game and its systems when I finish it. Because I've been doing a lot of thinking about it. And I've come to some interesting, well, to me, conclusions that I will address. There we go. I think I saw a chest down there. I looked a little bit too late. It was like going behind one of those circle things. So I might not have actually seen one.
What are you doing here?
Riku's just like,
I'll let you have this one. I'm going to go cheer Nuji on. Got it! LeBlanc never stood a chance against this thing.
Well, we've got
It's
a
got
leg up on her. Save the jumps
3
for
colors,
later.
huh? It's got nodes. Gave me an elixir. They don't hurt me too much. Oh yeah, I forgot. Pain gets healed by magic now.
Did we get it?
Sure looks that way.
Shake a leg.
Yeah. A mithril bangle. I can hand that off to somebody.
I'm going.
No. No. We gotta check if that's an item down there. What do you have in terms of bangle? Or no one has a bangle. Alright, what do you have? Defense and defense. What's the mithril bangle? Max health. Use Arcana abilities learned as a Dark Knight. Constant regen. That's good. That's really good. Let's do it. How do I get up there? Why could I not go from those other spots, but I could go from there? Yeah, this is where I thought I saw a chest, like height. Oh, I can't go down any further. Well, as much as I wanted to go down, they're not gonna let me. I like light sniffles show up on the mic. I hate that. I want to cut those out. I hate muting the mic every time.
Help the boss.
We're going to.
The Gullwings are on it!
Whoop up on all these dudes. We're counting on you. Give us items. Take care of the boss. The boss. We'll go check out what the boss is up to. You said cheer on, Nuji, but Nuji Wooji. Oh, she's actually, like, up in there. Oh, damn! This man's got, like, a portable mortar launcher on his arm. Barrett...
This thing just keeps on taking.
You're talking very well for someone who just got hit by that. Barrett only wishes he could have one of those. Why we did upside down at the last fight.
Could you please focus?
This time the legs are just a distraction. You know where to strike.
That almost sounds like Oren's voice actor. Physical attack detected. The other one reacts to magic, perhaps? It is glowy, the one on the right. Never mind, I was wrong. What if oh no! Oh hell no! Phoenix down on Yuna. Mega Potion. The core was charging, I'm concerned. Doom, I'm not... Oh, did we kill it? Nice. Maybe. Yes!
Where's shooting?
I suspect it's a long loading. Nope. You know we're gonna get a movie though. Watch us get the green screen bug.
What now?
Maybe we're finished?
He always does the hand thing. I don't know why, but it's adorable. I don't know what that animation is. It's finished indeed.
All of Spira is finished.
Calm down there, Dollar General Titus. Another round?
He's panicking. Yuna, end it now.
Really does kind of remind me of Oren, not entirely.
Stay focused.
Not entirely, though. Oh, we're just gonna walk up there. Oh, it's so weird. It's like an ant It's like a bug with the fucking... with a Motorhead album cover for a face. Oh, it pulled its dick out. Whoa, hold on. Just pulled its dick out like that. We're upside down again.
Can't end like this.
I'm getting ticked off.
Left and right readout.
Come, Vegnagun. Let us purge this repulsive world.
We hit the other one, it's glowy. Oh, we killed that one, okay. Oh, we killed both of them now. Acta est fabula.
End now begins.
That a girl! The tides are turning!
That voice, though, it sounds a lot like Jecht. Black Ramosa. Okay, that's not too bad.
Is this thing finally in juice?
Maybe he'll listen.
Yeah, let's talk to Shu.
You're casually talking while this is happening? It's like, yeah, let's talk to Shuyan. So look how bright that is. Look at the webcam. It's so bright. It's blinding. See your reflection up there. What's going on? I'm gonna full screen it. Wait, what? Oh, Len. It's like, what? Looks like he has a beard because of Gippel's hair.
Shuyan.
Len.
There's something I must tell you. Words left unspoken for 1,000 years. I love you. And I'm grateful. Grateful that you stayed with me until the end.
But I couldn't save you.
It doesn't matter. Please.
I was gonna say the same words. Doesn't matter.
Go on grieving alone. Rest.
Being so pissed off that you can't die doesn't really fix anything, you know? Compared him to the man on fire for a reason.
We can finally fade together.
No.
He sees Yuna.
Wait!
You are not Len!
About damn time. Okay, we're gonna fight him.
Don't get it, do you?
It's no good. He's not listening.
He's even
Shuyan, please stop this!
he's even using like Titus's stance. What the hell? Yuna just squeezes on him. How much are we gonna whoop up on him for being level 99? Terror of Xanarkand? He's basically opening the fight with this, so it's an Omni Slash. Okay. Is he gonna use a blitz ball? Oh my god. That wasn't too bad.
Stay focused.
That wasn't too bad. We're good. Alright, we're gonna use a Mega Elixir because we have them. Why'd you go after, it's interesting you went after Pain. I know it's just probably a random selection. Yo, that is Titus's overdrive. That's slice and dice, isn't it?
It's almost over, Yuna.
He says Yuna. That wasn't him, though.
Don't let up. Keep fighting.
Don't interfere.
This is weird. Spin cut. I was gonna say, what if Yuna gets...
Shooting.
Yes, it's good.
Shurian.
Don't try to tell me you understand.
Oh shit. Oh! So was she possessing Yuna? Just like Shuyan was possessing, Gipple? Or not Gipple, Baralai? Is that his name? Baralai?
Len.
Hi there.
1,000 years, and this moment is all we get?
This moment's enough.
Don't be greedy, man.
Need anything else. Just knowing how you feel is enough.
Yes.
Shuyin, let's end this. Let's go home.
Can we?
That was all 1,000 years ago. We've come too far to look back now. Rest, Shuyin. Rest with me.
Eddie wants to. No, she made a really good point, though. He's being greedy. Like, this is all we get. This is all we get. She's right that if it's someone you love, it's every moment you get is what matters. I know you always want more, but don't be greedy when you get this, you know. Cherish every moment. So Vegnagun is like just still sitting here though. That's not good, right? I'm actually surprised we didn't get a movie for that. Chapter 5 complete. So, is that it? Back on the, well, we were always in the far plane there, I guess. Heart dropped because I saw that green coming in. I thought it was a broken movie again. Is that Shuyin and Len, perhaps? In their Firefly form. I know you can't see me now. I'm not gonna move from my position. I'm just face palming. I'm just. Oh God. Son of a bitch. I thought we were watching a movie. I was like, oh good, we made it into a movie. We're fine, right? Let's make sure. Alright, let's load the autosave and hopefully it's not too far back. Okay, that's not bad. Hopefully we can load it without... This has been way worse than 10. There haven't been that many movies in this game, but I feel like almost everyone has bugged out. I'm running an admin and doing all the tricks and everything, and it's still doing that for whatever reason. It's like a known issue with this game, too. The devs just... They haven't fixed it. It's just something we gotta deal with. She did instant transmission. She learned it from the, whatever species that was that I can't remember the name of right now. That Goku learned it from. Yarak, or... no, not quite. See, this looks like a movie. Maybe it's not, maybe it's in-engine, but this looked like a movie to me. And I thought we made it, and then it loads another one, maybe? There we go. Yeah, this is back how we started the game out, isn't it? Ew, that feedback.
I dreamed of flying. We would sail a ship with me as its captain. In time, I became that captain. I found a new ship with new friends. My ship was the Youth League.
I like us all three groups together.
Different captain. Their boat was New Yevon.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You know, I realize I'm like a lot of you people. We want a captain, and we want a ship to ride, but more important than that, really, we all want to ride together.
There are some things you can't do alone. But they become easy with friends beside you.
This was the lesson that we learned when we launched those ships.
It was power. And we misused that power. We turned our friends and followers against each other.
Got me a little teary, I'm not joking. Very wholesome.
Somehow we forgot. There's a much larger ship out there. One we've been riding ever since we were born. That ship is Spira.
Spira itself, yeah.
No one knows just where our voyage will lead us. But we do know one thing. One way or another, we will get by. We'll go on living. The calm will continue.
Just one more thing. We all owe thanks to a very special lady. Yeah, you all know who I'm talking about.
LeBlanc. Yeah. Of course, Riku, right? No.
It's time for me to go home.
What does that mean? Besaid?
She left a message. She said she's going home. So farewell, but not goodbye.
She was so happy when she said that. What the fuck?
Did we really have to leave like that? Just think of the party we're missing.
I think we party enough, don't you?
Brother, higher! Brother, faster!
Some innuendo there.
So much has happened, and I'm sure it's only the beginning. Through the smiles and tears, through the anger and the laughter that follows, I know that I'll keep changing. This is my story. It'll be a good one. It all began when I saw this sphere of you.
She saw the Shuyan sphere, correct?
I know that you're hiding things.
All right then. So we're gonna talk about this a little bit, and hopefully not have as much of a DMC. It's still gonna happen. It's not like a takedown thing, but they definitely identify the song, and it's like it's never gonna be monetizable. It was an interesting experience. I had never even booted this game up, I don't think. As I've said a couple of times, I own a physical copy of it for the PlayStation 2. I never booted it up. Bought it like 10 years after it came out almost. But whatever reason, I just never got around to it. And I'd always heard that it was good. You know, its reputation is not necessarily fair, and that it'd be worth playing and making up my own mind. So there are some issues I have with the gameplay. Personally, I don't think it's bad gameplay. So there's two distinctions there. Yeah, Hetty Burris, Tara Strong, Gwendolyn Yale. Just look at the voice actors there for the main three. So there's some things that like were very specific to me, but that doesn't mean I think they're bad or anything. I think generally I am the kind of person that likes to have a very focused party, and I like to be able to just focus on physical attacks by the end of the game, not worry about magic and stuff very much. And this game is one of those that kind of wants you to be focused on that. I mean, I obviously didn't have to, but the way the dress spheres and everything work, it kind of wants you to be switching out and stuff much more frequently. So I kind of shied away from that a little bit. Also, man, I have a stupid sneeze building. I'm gonna full screen for a second. Almost done. One down. They usually come in pairs, though. The other one's building. Alright, I'm gonna recover for a second, but, what was I gonna say? As for... So the idea of, like, what they're going for in the battle system, this is something I wanted to talk about. I was thinking about this, and I do want to go for 100% playthrough on my own, not for stream. So I will be doing that in the background while I'm playing other things on stream and stuff. And I'm just going to follow a guide, which is like the only realistic way to achieve that. So I'm going to follow a guide, I'm going to get 100%. And I think I want to try to focus a little bit more on switching things in and out and like trying to go for more of like the intended style, whatever that may be. So I'd like to try and give the battle system another shot without doing as much just like early game grinding. But what that's going to do is now I know, like, don't go to Xanarkand right away. Xanarkand is basically unbeatable right away without grinding. So instead go to, I don't remember, was it Kilika or Besaid? I think it was Kilika that we started out at. So instead of going straight to Xanarkand, go to Kilika, right? And save Xanarkand, but follow a guide to make sure I don't do things in like the wrong order and permanently lock myself out of things. But like try, yeah, there we go, we started with Quentin Flynn. Good old riding. Orin, Jecht. I just briefly saw that, but Orin and Jecht were both there. And I was mentioning both of those voices. I don't know who that was talking to us at the end, but it had no name, but I was like, is that Jecht? I wonder if it was. I'll have to look more into that. Anyway, when I do my next run, I want to try and, you know, reevaluate, reapproach, do it with the system more in mind and give the system more of a fair shot, if you will. I don't know if it's fair. I don't know if it's fair to say that I didn't give it a fair shot, but give it another go. Try it differently the next time around, basically. I think that'd be interesting. Story-wise, game starts off very much feeling fragmented to me. We've jumped in 2 years later. We don't really know all about treasure spheres and everything. We don't know much about that, and we don't have much of a goal other than getting spheres. We don't know anything about LeBlanc or whatever. They're like cartoonish villains at first. So we don't really have a lot of an objective right away other than getting more spheres. Takes a while. We see Shuyin. It's like, alright, he looks like Titus, so alright, we get it. But it still takes a while to really like have a big overall objective. You know, it took very little time in 10 to say Sin. You know, we got Sin, that's the thing, right? And I'm not saying a game has to have a big objective right away, but I felt like I did have a little bit of a difficult time having a lot of motivation for what we were doing at the very beginning, other than, I'll level up, I'll fight more things, right? But it's like the fights always kind of seem to get tougher throughout the game until they just stopped at some point. So it's like, it almost felt like we weren't ever really getting stronger sometimes. Like even if I grind it, it's like, oh, suddenly things are still one-shotting me. So it's like, I don't know what to make of that, right? Alright, I was like, I don't know if anything's gonna happen. So it was a little weird to get that motivation in the beginning, but I was interested to see where things went. I knew only a couple of things going into the game. I was very, very blind. I had seen some things over the years, but I definitely had no idea where the overall story was going to go. Definitely once we kind of saw Vegnagun and once we went under Bavel, things started opening up. But I don't know what it is, but I don't know if it's that I played this back to back to back to back, like day after day after day, or what, but the pacing kind of felt weird to me. It almost felt like... The pacing almost felt like... when we hit chapter 5 and it gave us all those side quests, I was like, this looks very end-gamey, right? This looks like something you would see at the end of a game. But are we already there? I don't feel like it's been that long. So my playtime is vastly inflated because of all the grinding I did. I want to know what an average playtime really is on a normal playthrough without doing grinding or anything, and maybe... I don't want to say minimal, like no side content, but just like an average amount of side content or something. You know, I'm kind of curious. It felt like the pacing was really fast. Like, sometimes I didn't feel a lot of motivation, then other times it's like, oh, we're gonna dive into things. Now we're in the end game. Have fun. I'm a little torn on some of that. I feel like it was not a bad game. It was not a bad story, but I feel like it could have been maybe fleshed out more, and we could have done more to drive some of those motivations. I never really had the same motivation to stop Vegnagun and Shuyin as I did with, like, Sin, for instance. So, I mean, maybe that's just because, I don't know, different times in my life when I played the games, or what. I really don't think it was a bad game, though. I think what it really is that it was more of a budget title. This is something that was kind of handed off to more of a side team, and they worked with what they had. And I can respect that. And I love the style. This game knows what it wants to be in terms of style. It's very stylish. I make the Persona comparisons a lot. I haven't played that much Persona myself, but I know Persona has style. And this game gave me a lot of those impressions of, like, just style. So I really like that. What I don't like, though, is all the permanently missable content. I was probably, I don't know what my last saves were at, but I was probably in the 60% range. And I did a lot of side content. There's so much permanently missable content that you just, on a first playthrough, if you're really blind, you don't know. If I don't do this now, I'm never doing it again. You have no way to know that. Doesn't make it clear. So I kind of screwed myself out of a lot of things I would have liked to do. Perhaps fortunately, because I'd probably still be grinding out those extra dress spheres that I didn't get. There were quite a few. In fact, let's look it up. Final Fantasy XII dress spheres. What did we know? Berserker, because that was shown to us in the game. Gunner, Thief, Warrior, Songstress, Black Mage, White Mage, Gun Mage we never got, Alchemist we never got, Dark Knight we got, Samurai we got, Lady Luck we got, Berserker we never got, Trainer we never got, Mascot we never got. Special ones are Floral Falal for Yuna, Machinima for Riku, and Full Throttle for Pain. And then international / HD remaster dress spheres are Festivalist and Psychic. We never got Psychic. So let's take a look at some of these. I'm doing this, you can't see, but you can hear me. Alchemist. In chapters 2, 3, or 5 at the Calmland Ruins. Well, we couldn't go there, so that's a bust. Wait, which one is this? Gun Mage. Chapter 1 or 2 at the Moonflow. Yeah, I kept saying, oh, I should take Tomley there, but I never really got around to it. And that broke a lot of things. Berserker has minimal defense, but is balanced by great HP, strength, and evasion. It's found after completing the Lake Makalania mission in Chapter 3. Trainer is a version of the Beastmaster from previous games, unlike in other games, where, okay, yeah, blah, blah, blah. They give orders to pets. They talk about releasing monsters in Final Fantasy V. To obtain this dress sphere, Yuna must correctly respond to Kimahri in Chapter 2. He will give the dress sphere to the party in Chapter 3 when Garruk Ronzo is planning to attack the Guado. The Mascot has a wide range of functions and is considered the ultimate dress... Oh, no. The ultimate dress sphere. Yuna's a Moogle holding a Moomba doll. Riku's a Kate Sith holding a Poo-Poo doll. And Pain is a Tonberry holding Cactuar doll. It's obtained by getting the episode complete in every location. Due to a glitch, if the player completes Zanarkand last, they will not receive the dress sphere. Can also be obtained by beating the Youth League tournament in Fiend Arena in the International HD Remaster versions. International and HD Remaster. Mastery and Mascot can be considered the toughest to achieve, as it uses abilities from 2 of the other 13 dress spheres, equating to roughly 3,300 AP total for all 3, or roughly 1,000 AP more than the Alchemist, which I guess the Alchemist is the other worst. Full Throttle is the one for Pain. A large blade suit with 2 large wings, Pain uses to slice and dice her enemies. It's mastered with 2 key items, Corpus Invictus. I think I got that. Gives the break HP limit found in the New Cave and Thunder Plains, yeah, behind a false wall. And Victor Primoris gives the break damage limit, obtained by riding a chocobo to the northernmost curve in the Mihan High Road at the Gap. Okay, where do I get it though? It's only available if the Gull Wings helped Kali in Chapter 2. That's why I never got it, because I didn't know about that. Lastly, the Psychic Dress Sphere. The girls wear school uniforms and stylized futuristic visors and utilize mental energy and the laws of physics to engage in combat. Psychic Dress Sphere is obtained by beating the standard cup in the Fiend Arena. Fiend Arena is yet another thing that I could not do because I didn't do the Chocobo stuff early on. I saw the way you get to Fiend Arena is like, I think this is what I saw. I don't know, skimming things earlier. I think Fiend Arena was unlocked with the Chocobos, where you send one off somewhere and it can discover the location, and then you're allowed to go there. So, okay, whatever. A lot of permanently missable content, a lot of things that because I didn't do something in Chapter 2 or 3, I couldn't do it even in the end game. Final Fantasy X is a lot more generous than that. There's a lot less permanently missable content. And that's a thing I'm not a big fan of. So there's a lot of things I'm not a fan of in this game, but I still overall liked it. It was fun. It was stylish. Again, it was just fun. It was charming. And I did enjoy that. Mini games could be frustrating, but ultimately it was still a good experience, and I'm glad I finally played it. So I guess that's basically going to wrap it up for this. Those are my final thoughts. I'd probably put this somewhere around a 7 of 10. It's by far not a bad game. It's somewhere in kind of the average range. I feel bad saying that because I love the characters and everything, right? I love particularly Riku and Yuna being characters from 10, and then we get all these cameos from all the other 10 characters, Waka, Lulu, Kamari, you know, we get all these cameos from these other characters, so I love that it ties back to that, but I don't also think that's worth overinflating a score per se. I don't know. Maybe with more time, maybe I might come to different conclusions. If I do a 100% playthrough, maybe I'll think differently. I'm sure there's more story and there's a lot, like backstory and everything to find out as you do a 100% playthrough. So I'm eager to learn about more of that over time. But yeah, I pretty much think that's about it for this. I don't really have much more to say. So that's gonna do it for today. That's gonna do it. That's gonna be it for today. I guess both kind of work, but the way I said "do it" sounded weird. That's gonna be it for today. And wrap this up. It's been about 4.5 hours. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. I didn't really know if I was going to be beating it today. Someone spoiled something a bit yesterday by saying near the end, and I had suspicions already. I'd obviously talked about it with all the side questy stuff. It feels very end game like, but whatever. Here we are. It's over. And yeah, good experience. I'm glad I did this. So next up, I'm going to be working out times for tomorrow. I don't know what time things are going to happen yet. So I'm going to be working out times for tomorrow. I'm probably going to be doing some stuff outside of stream. So I'm probably going to opt for a later stream. That way I can stream the game that I'm going to be playing tomorrow even longer, instead of being forced into a short stream, because I have a feeling I'm going to want to go really long tomorrow. That's all I'm going to say for the moment, I think. So without further ado, if you're new here, you like what you see, please consider dropping a follow on twitch.tv/ShoggothUnknown. I tend to keep my schedules updated down below. I've not been doing that this week because these are not normal streaming days, and I don't know when things are happening yet. but I tend to keep my my schedule like down below in the Twitch info panels and all that, and it will update to your time zone, so that's cool. If you are watching this on the YouTube VOD, I would appreciate it if you drop a like, hit subscribe, smash that notification bell. Please leave a comment if you are so inclined. I do appreciate all of that. And yeah, it's about... Oh, also, I typically stream Thursday through Sunday. I'm in Central Standard Time. Or Central Time, I don't know, Standard Daylight, whatever it is. I'm in Central Time. I typically stream Thursday night, Friday and Sunday midday, and then early on Saturday. That's all I'm going to say for the moment. I'm not going to give exact times, but that's the general idea of when my schedule is. Right now, given that I am on break for 2 weeks with no work, I am streaming every single day and going ham because I love it. But yeah, that is now it. So without further ado, until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at, take it easy. Just here to add that I hit the A button and the end there scrolled up a little bit and revealed this text. So I estimated probably around 60%. Seems like that was correct. I did not do any creature stuff, so we're not surprised at all by that. And yeah, everything else makes sense. Is it going to prompt me to save? New Game Plus. Play through the game again using all the dress spheres and items you've collected and all the abilities you've learned. Find and complete missions you may have missed and write a whole new story. Yes, okay, that makes a new run more interesting, I think. Save it twice. So now we're back to the title. Is it gonna give me any info or just... We're back at the beginning. You know what? I'm just gonna let this play out as a weird, cyclical time loop capstone on the playthrough. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
In position. It's showtime, girls.